Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is probably a bit different from what people were expecting. I was thinking about The Darkest Dungeon, and I suppose um, if I need to make up the time, we might even consider trying that tonight. But this one has been sitting with me for a while. We did season one, and then we started episode two, and I believe it was part of a special event stream. And I fully intended to come back to the series, and yet there were so many other opportunities to play things, and I also sort of did this transition into sort of having regular days like Cultist Simulator and whatnot. And so it became a little bit harder to do sort of these regular events like I did when I did the first Walking Dead. And I don't regret that. I mean, obviously it's a lot of fun to be able to do Cultist Simulator regularly. I've had a lot of fun with Stellaris, and Imperator has also been full of its own little moments. But and of course, this hasn't stopped us from getting through the first two Mass Effect games on Fridays. But what it has meant is that it becomes very difficult to do, episodic content. And of course, the big challenge with The Walking Dead Season 2, and one of the things I sort of wavered on a little bit, is that I really wasn't sure if I should just reset this playthrough and go from episode 1 again, or if I should just pick it up from where we left off. I've ultimately decided to begin again with episode 2, by which I mean, when I say begin again, I'm resuming the playthrough that we did. And I'm doing a little bit of an extended start just because I want to give people a chance to come in so they can see some of the decisions that were made in the earlier episodes. The funny thing, of course, is that I actually don't remember the plot all that well myself, but I believe there is a recap for each episode. And I don't feel too bad about this decision. Hey, Pax, how you doing? I do appreciate that for those of you who like watching things all the way through, it's not going to be the easiest time trying to find The Walking Dead Season 2 in my past videos. I will make a genuine effort to try and find that video, and if I can, I will put a link in the description for YouTube. But the reality is it will probably be more trouble than it is worth. We've got Pax saying, it's been a long week, glad to have some time to pour into Stellaris since you picked it up. That is always wonderful news. Incidentally, some of you have been giving some very nice comments about the Stellaris playthroughs. Those will still be happening. I'm still trying to figure out if doing them live is a good idea, or if maybe doing them as VODs will give me more opportunities to push that forward. But one way or the other, there will definitely be more Stellaris for people. But yeah, so I realize it will not be everybody's favorite choice. Some people do want to see it from the very beginning, and obviously it's going to be even more difficult to find the first season. That's way far back in my videos. But it is the world we live in. I also have poured myself probably a few too many refreshments. I don't really drink that much anymore, but I am still a fan of whiskey. And I found out, even though I really haven't seen Game of Thrones since like season 3, Diageo has done a series of Game of Thrones themed whiskeys. And I managed to pick up Johnny White Walker. It definitely has quite a bit of a bite to it. I believe that's because they say, or maybe it's the other way around, it should be frozen, and if you freeze it, the sort of the sting of the alcohol comes through. But even if you drink it neat, like without without having frozen it, without having putting any kind of ice or a one of those cold cubes, it's very different. So it's not like you swallow it and it burns. The fire is very much when you put it on your tongue, and it's a really unique experience. I don't know if it's my favorite yet. I do still have a little bit of Black Label beside me, but I was astonished. I gotta try and see if I can find these things, even if I don't drink it for like years. There is my favorite Lagavulin, which is, I mean, everybody knows what Lagavulin is now. It's not even like a secret, love. But there's a Lagavulin, which is for House Lannister. There's a Talisker, which is another island single malt. Probably it's well known, but probably less well known than Lagavulin. That's a Greyjoy one, and I actually rather like the Greyjoys. So I'm like, oh Jesus, if I can find a bottle, if it's not too much, I'll pick it up. But anyways, I'm trying this. I thought this would not be conducive to good decisions in Darkest Dungeon. And so we're gonna go back to The Walking Dead. I'll do my best to not let it be too much of a distraction from some of the other things. But this is, I mean, I've never played the second season other than the first episode, so I'm really looking forward to it. From what I understand, this is like the favorite. But I also know some of you really do like seeing me play games where it's a little bit more me making non-narrative decisions. So, and I am doing quite well, Dr. Frankenvinder. I hope you are too. So I think we've given people enough of an opportunity to come in. Let's take a quick look at my choices before we jump in. So I, with the majority of players, decided to help Christia. I and the majority of players also killed the dog. I and the minority of players did not accept Nick's apology. Of course, I don't even remember who some of these characters are. I and the minority of characters gave water to the dying man, and I wound up siding with Pete. This is the thing that interests me. So apparently, I mean, it probably doesn't surprise me that the majority is always the nice choices. Except for the water. For some reason, it seems to be everybody wants to be nice in these games, but when it comes to survival, they will always make the selfish choice. And in the case of, did you say Nick or Pete? Despite the fact that they accepted the apology, a much clearer majority went with Pete. Pax says malt whiskey, a world of imbibing I've never been able to check out. Stupid gluten. Yeah, I've never been big with wine, but whiskey was where I finally sort of understood why people really got into this stuff. And oh Jesus, Johnny saw that I killed the dog. How you doing, Johnny? I'm really happy to see you here. Yeah, I don't know. It's like I realize there's like a status thing behind it. It was what. So even though I don't drink a lot, I do. It is one of the things that I've learned to be able to appreciate, but I try not to be too much of a snob about it. It's a little bit like movies. Like if you guys want to talk about like The Seventh Seal or Winterlight, or if you want to go in deep on particular film techniques, I can do that. But the most recent movie I've seen is John Wick, and John Wick Chapter 2. That's some of the best fight choreography I've ever seen in a movie. And I'm under no illusions that like this is not Stanley Kubrick, right? But they are a really fun ride. So I know I'm starting to filibuster the opening now, but I do want to take a quick second here and shout out my very dear friend. Am I allowed to say the F word? It feels weird to say that about people I've only met online, but Johnny Big Time, my favorite streamer on Twitch. He's had a little bit of a hiatus. I know his work is much less. So he has regular work. In fact, I would argue he has too much regular work. Work has definitely been taking him away from his stream quite a bit, and it's actually one thing that I like to encourage a lot. There's a couple of other streamers who I know not particularly well, but Metamancer is an example of it, along with Tuesday Gray. And these are people who have certainly very successful streams. There's no question in terms of both of them are partnered streamers. There's really no question in terms of their ability to carry an audience and do well on broadcasting. But what's equally important is that these are two people who, despite their success, have been perfectly willing to say, I don't care if I lose followers, I don't care if I lose subs, I am taking some time for myself because I need it. And it's hard because the dynamics of this platform are such that, so Twitch always wants you to watch streams. They, effective the most reliable way for them to make money is for you to stay on the chat or on the platform as long as possible. They don't care what channel you watch; they just want you watching. And if you don't stream every day for like 16 hours, well, they're gonna find somebody who does. And it's a well-known problem. There are people like just streaming themselves to death, basically. And if you don't do that, you see the consequences in terms of your follow numbers, in terms of your sub numbers, and things like that. But when it comes down to the streams I like, I always appreciate that there is a person behind that, and it is, the personality, their priorities, their interests, their ambitions, and even sometimes the tough stuff that goes on in their lives. All of that goes into the person who they are, and it's important to maintain that, because as much as I love streaming to everybody, and hello Ed Baver, you like John Wick, but the odd way where opponents always kindly waited for John to have shots become available is annoying in the end. Yeah, like I said, I found it a good ride. I don't any of the issues that I really had with, Johnny had to deal with the essay in his Discord channel, so maybe I won't subject you all to that. Most of the things I actually had to say about John Wick were things that I thought they could have done that would have made it better rather than complaints. But I don't know, they're like action, movies like that to me are almost like comedies. Like if people laugh at the comedy, then it's a good comedy, and if people don't laugh, then it's failed as a comedy. It has one job. And I think it's a little bit like that with action movies too. Like if you're thrilled, if you're entertained, if you've been able to suspend your disbelief long enough to be able to engage with it, then it was a good action movie. And if it gets too preposterous, then obviously it's broken. There's no real way that anybody, I think, can make some like cogent argument as to why the open or not open shots are or aren't a good feature of the movie. But again, I don't normally watch stuff like that, and I really liked it. And like I said, it's some of the best fight choreography I've ever seen. So, but anyways, I'm singing Johnny's praises. So all of it. I'm obviously talking more generally about sort of the dynamics of trying to run things on Twitch, but I've always really respected streamers who do that, and it's one of the reasons why I still shout him out, even though I haven't always had the pleasure of seeing his smiling face on a stream, because he's absolutely somebody worth waiting for. Let me just take a quick second here. That's awesome to hear, Dr. Frankenbender. I made a note of it. I've got a shout out, or not a shout out for him, but I've actually got a command for him. I like him that much. You can watch that clip. It's like, that is the number one reason to watch a stream with him. He's a great guy off of Cast too. I can tell you, like, I've been sharing with Eyes of Sin. I'm not going to name names. I've been sharing Eyes of Sin, some people who are like positivity streamers, and then I share like their Twitter feeds, and she's like, this guy calls himself a positivity streamer? It's like, yeah. But Johnny is as nice and as cool off cast as he is on cast. Like, maybe, because I haven't met him in person, like maybe in person he is like a monster. But he is like, he is as fun and as quick-witted and just as nice as he is on cast. And that is an unfortunately rare feature of some broadcasters. There are some broadcasters who are definitely aware of the person that you play on the cast, and and that doesn't always translate to the personality, and that's fine, because people are who they are. Obviously, there's no obligation for entertainers to behave a particular way in their private life, other than the fact it would be nice if people were nicer to each other in general. But it is one of the reasons why I want to take the time to shout out Johnny. And even if I haven't seen him do any gameplay recently, there's still a lot to talk about. He's still a really great guy. And if you ever want to take a look at his clips section, you will have a really great time. So anyways, I hope you guys like The Walking Dead. I will. We're going to be jumping into episode 2 again. I don't want to reveal that I killed the dog again because I think Johnny will show his nasty side finally. But I'm going to enjoy a quick sip of refreshment, and we'll see how far we can get. If I can get 2 episodes done tonight, I'll be happy. But traditionally, I've only been able to get 1 done a cast. So. Also, I don't think this is going at 60 frames a second. Ooh. Yeah, White Walker's actually better without ice. Johnny White Walker. All right. Yeah. Episode 2, A House Divided.
Previously on The Walking Dead.
I'm freezing.
Wait till we get up to Wellington, then talk to me about Cole. I'm gonna go look for more wood.
Where's the rest of your group?
I'm by myself.
Bullshit!
Krista, run!
I'm out. Grab her. Let's go.
Would someone mind telling me what the fuck is going on here?
She was bit by a dog.
For all we know, she could be working with Carver.
So, since you're pretty much on your own, what's your plan?
I don't know. I'm kind of on my own now.
Well, you're welcome to stay here if you want.
Jesus, Mary, and Joseph.
Think about it. You're Carver, what do you do?
Who's Carver? You were in the woods with Krista.
Please.
Ah! I'm fine. I'm fine. Just lost my footing. Damn it. God damn it. Come this way. Damn it, you get your asses over here, both of you. Nick! Hold on! Nick! God damn it! Nick!
We have to go!
I don't know how good of a summary that was, but Telltale Games presents, in association with Skybound Entertainment, The Walking Dead.
Well, they shouldn't be able to get through that. On the downside, we can't get through them. What are you looking at? Staring ain't polite.
What are you going to do?
Hand me that there.
They know how to start.
Are you sure?
I got nothing to lose. Other than my Piggly Wigglies, of course. Ugh, bleed out like a stuck pig. What are you gonna do? Carry me out of here on your back? Hell. Just give me a minute.
Try to get some rest. There's a lot of stuff in here. I'll try to find something to help.
Yeah, and it's no worries, Dr. Frankenbender. In the worst case scenario, I just don't wind up, I just wind up not reading the rest. But it sounds good, so.
Anything in that?
Sorry, it's empty.
Damn.
I'll keep looking around.
I played episode 1 a while ago, Sean Bean, so I unfortunately I don't have an easy link for people to find the original episode because it was quite some time ago, but I'll do my best to find it for the.
Anything we can use? Give me one of those. Probably tastes like pine tar by now, but I'd smoke a dead coon's tail if you had one.
I don't like smoke.
We're in the middle of a shit sandwich stacked this high, and you're acting like a goddamn government regulator?
It's gross.
Give me those. You got a light? Well, that tastes about as bad as it smells.
Now what?
We wait.
Pete?
Oh, damn it. I feel like 10 pounds of shit in a 5-pound sack. Jesus. Stuck in this can the whole damn day. You want to hear something funny? I've been thinking, and I don't want to die. I never thought I'd be the kind of idiot to say something like that. But there it is. I'm scared, Clementine. Jesus, I'm scared.
What does it feel like?
It feels like a rope was wrapped around my neck. I'm getting tighter every second. It feels like I can't breathe. Would you promise me you'll watch out for Nick? I love that stupid kid. No matter what you think, he is a good boy.
I'll do what I can.
Thank you. Been almost a day. They ain't gonna find us.
Where are you going?
I'm not getting out of this. You're gonna have to make a break for it. I'll buy you some time.
Thank you, Pete.
You go find my nephew now, all right? Wait for my signal. And run straight to the woods. Just keep moving. All right. Let's get this over with.
I completely forgot how those QuickTime events work. Oh, alright then. Well, achievement unlocked. Episode 2, A House Divided. Interactive story by Nick Breckton and Stephen McManus. Directed by Eric Parsons. Art director Derek Saki. Or Sakai, maybe? Lead cinematic artist Rebecca Gammon Arkovich. Lead animator Jessica Brezzo. I'm gonna have to shut up and let the dialogue
Clementine,
go.
are you alright? Luke's not with you?
Where's Alvin?
What happened? It's been hours. Where are they?
Clem.
Pete got bit.
What?
What happened?
Walkers.
My God.
Where were you? Where were you exactly?
Down by the stream.
We gotta go.
Just hold on a minute.
My husband is still out there. Get the guns. Luke and Alvin went out looking for you. I told them not to go. Damn it, Luke.
Clementine, can you please watch Sarah? She's upstairs. Just distract her. And don't tell her anything.
Well, we should go with you.
It's too dangerous. You'll be safe inside. Just don't open the doors for anything. We'll be back soon.
Lead programmer Randy Tudor. Environment Eric Oss? Ossie? Music by Bear. Oh,
Say
what's that?
cheese! I found this under the house. There was all kinds of old stuff. It's so cool. Take one of me. Come on, take one of me.
Sure.
Get me in a good pose, okay? Okay, I'm ready. What's wrong? Where's my dad?
He'll be fine. Are you sure?
Sorry, I just need to... You want to see what I found? Will you show me how to use it? I couldn't find any bullets. If something's wrong, I should know. What if I have to use one?
Okay, but it's not a toy.
I know.
First, remember, it's just a thing.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
I thought it'd be heavier. Okay. What do I do?
The most important thing is, don't pull the trigger. Squeeze it.
Why?
I don't know. You just do.
Okay. What should I shoot?
Don't do that!
Sorry. Maybe I could practice outside. There's that tree. Hey, Luke's back.
So one thing, especially for people who are maybe familiar with the later, or have come to the stream more recently, One thing I struggle at with these games is finding times to talk and anything meaningful to say, so this might be a little more quiet of the episode, but please do feel free to interact and chat, and I'll try to either respond or give commentary where I think it's appropriate. But I know these are usually ones where there's a little bit of a lower viewership, because I know people don't always like watching a movie.
That's not Luke. Clem, I think I know him. He can't see me. You have to make him go away. Go and find somewhere to hide. Where?
Hello?
Clem, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Shh.
Hello? Hello there.
Who are you?
Well, actually, I'm your neighbor.
Neighbor?
That's right. My family and I are set up a ways downriver. I'm kind of surprised we haven't run into each other yet. What's your name?
I'm Carly.
Carly. That's a sweet name. You mind if I come in, Carly? I've been out all morning and this heat has got me cooked.
Yes, I do mind.
This is a nice place. Is there anyone else around? You don't usually see cabins this big out here.
I'm alone.
Really?
Yeah, I take care of myself.
Well, I'm impressed. Well, I'll cut to the chase. I'm out looking for my people. 7 of them, to be exact. They've been gone a long while, and I'm worried they might have gotten lost. Maybe you've seen them. A couple of farm boys and an old man. Spanish guy and his daughter. Quiet girl. Bit taller than you. Big black guy. This big.
That's a lot of people to lose.
Tell me about it. This whole damn thing's a pain in the ass. A lot of plates for one person. Looks like a tornado ran through here.
I don't ever do the dishes.
Yeah, well, believe me, I don't either. Just passing through, or you been here a while? Hey, listen, kid, I hope you're not one of those nuts headed up north, looking for Shangri-La.
Just passing through. Going north.
Whole lot of people headed that way lately. Me, I don't get it. There's just as much nothing up there as there is down here. And I can't stand that Yankee weather.
Have you been north?
Well, not since before. But I've heard things. Where does this go?
Oh, I'll take it.
Well, it's a real nice place. Kinda cozy. I knew a guy that always wore shirts like this. Doctor. Real smug son of a bitch. But a smart man.
What happened to him?
Let's just say we had our differences. Sooner or later, people close to you will find a reason to cross you. Happens every time. Well, White's in trouble. 3 moves away from checkmate. What was that? I thought you said nobody's here.
Nobody is here. I told you, nobody's here.
Seems that way. Didn't mean to be rude. Couldn't just leave you here with a good conscience if someone was poking around, right?
Sure.
Who's this?
Must be someone who lived here.
Must be. You have no idea who these people are, do you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Let me ask you this. When you met them, how much did they trust you? Well, I think I've troubled you long enough. I can let myself out.
Don't come back.
You have a real good day now.
Where is he? He's gone. What if he comes back?
So the aim on that one was to try as tell as consistent of a story as I could, but obviously saying that nobody was here was a
We
big
need to find the
mistake.
others. We can't go outside.
Clementine.
Sarah.
They told me about Pete. You know where he is, right? Come on, let's go.
A man was here.
What?
What did she say?
Someone came to the cabin.
What?
Clementine talked to him.
And you just opened the door for him?
Calm down, Rebecca.
Calm down? I am calm. You calm down.
I didn't open the door. He just came in. She's telling the truth.
Did he say his name? Did he say what his name was?
Maybe it wasn't him.
You know damn well who it was.
Did he say his name?
I didn't ask his name.
You didn't ask his name? How could you not ask his name?
He had a gun. I didn't want to make him mad.
Look, Clem, just tell us what he looked like. What was he wearing? Did he sound different?
He had a mustache.
Like mine, or more like Alvin's?
It was droopy. He talked about you, Dad. You're not gonna hurt anyone, are you?
Of course he won't, Sarah. Your dad's the nicest man I know, which is why he's not gonna do anything crazy or not nice, right?
Hello,
You know these
Hatini.
are
I'm just
bad
going to let the dialogue go
people.
by if you don't
They
mind.
will do or say anything to hurt us.
What do you think? Did it seem like he'd be coming back?
He saw a picture of me.
A picture? What were you doing taking pictures?
Carlos,
What?
you need to calm down. You're scaring your daughter.
I took the picture. It's my fault. No, I asked her to. It's my fault.
Sarah. He was scouting. We got lucky. He wasn't expecting to find us. Clementine must have surprised him. If she hadn't been there. Well, he was too smart to stick around, but he'll be back with the rest. We don't have much time.
He's right. Everyone pack up. We're moving out.
Alvin, wait.
We have to leave now, sweetie, before he comes back with more bad guys. But it's gonna be okay. Let's just go get your things.
Why did you leave his camp?
Because we had to. Clem, I don't know what he told you, but William Carver is a dangerous man. He's the leader of a camp not far from here, and he's very smart. We were lucky to escape. Look, I'm sorry to involve you, but now that he's seen you, you'll be safer with us. We have to leave.
We have to find Pete.
We'll get him on the way out, Nick. Clementine, you know where he was, right?
Hello
Yeah.
to you, Search Diverter.
All right. Everybody grab your stuff. Let's hit the road.
It is a blind playthrough. I've never played Season 2 before. I'll try and find a spot that's not a cutscene, and I'll
You
do a
said it
little
was
pause
just up
for a
here?
proper hello.
Yeah, just a little ways.
Hey, Clem. Sorry if I gave you some shit back there. I'm just a little on edge. I still don't like what you did. Sneaking around on us and taking advantage of my husband.
Why is Carver after you?
After me? Oh, you mean us? It's a long story. He has a hard time letting go. I know you did your best back there. You know, none of us would make it on our own. Sometimes it's hard knowing just how dependent I am on everyone. I'm not used to that. I'm not comfortable with that. I'm supposed to be a mom soon. Guess I need to work on my patience. Alvin and I still don't know what to call her. Or him if that man gets his wish. God help me. Any ideas?
Yeah, it is very tough, Hattini, sorry.
There. That's where we were.
He's not in here.
This was the last place I saw him.
Maybe he's around here somewhere.
Keep your eyes open and stay in sight.
All right, I think I'll go to the menu for a little bit. Welcome to everybody from Hattini X's stream, and I appreciate you guys hanging out. So just a quick word, I'm System Chalk. I normally tend to play more strategy, or every once in a while I'll do an action game. Traditionally, I really do like these Telltale adventure-style games. I actually really like Life is Strange. But I do tend to notice that the viewership tends to shrink a little bit because, of course, as a streamer that doesn't have a camera, my added value comes in dialogue, but I don't necessarily want to babble over the stream as well. So I appreciate all of you coming along with Hattini's raid, and I completely understand if this is not your sort of thing. Thank you for supporting them through coming along. Let me take a quick second to thank you all individually. So Hattini X, we've said here, Surge Diverter, morning to yourself, although of course it's evening for me as I'm in Canada. What's behind that rock? I didn't actually look close enough. Hatnix? Sorry. Oh, Hatnix. Yeah, I'm sorry. For some reason I've always read it as Hattini X. Now actually I get a chance. First of all, Hatnix. Yeah, I'm really bad at reading names. I'm trying to remember if I met you on. I'm pretty sure I know you from GOG, and I'm trying to remember if it was from the Alpha Centauri stream or Cultist Simulator, or if I'm completely making up stories. But one way or the other, I'd love to know what you were playing recently. And this, of course, gives people an opportunity to see your own stuff. We've also got Reaper King and either I Ambrosine or L Ambrosine or Ambrosine first of the name, one way or the other. I am on the East Coast, Reaper King. I moved from Vancouver to Ottawa because my country needs me, but I'm still here to show you guys games as long as you're willing to put up with me. And who else do we have here? Ed Baver says, sad LH, either Nick or what's left of him, I expect. Yeah, we'll get there in a minute. So just a quick word about The Walking Dead episode 2. Season 2, episode 2. Did The Walking Dead 1. I've done The Walking Dead 2 episode 1 ages ago. I've been meaning to get back to this. We've normally been doing Darkest Dungeon a lot on Fridays, but I have got a stiff beverage, and I was really wanting to get back to this. I've been thinking about Telltale quite a bit recently. And I just thought this would be a great chance to jump back to it. But like I said, my real added value kind of comes either at the end in the discussion, or if there's little breaks like this, a chance to have a chat with everyone. So one example that I'll give you in terms of this, I've always thought that trying to sell Telltale games as I am Brosine. Okay, great, thank you. And okay, I'm actually gonna have to take a look and see what Hatnix was playing. You know what? I think it's your icon that makes me think it was Makes me think it was Hatini. But apparently you were playing something called My Brother Rabbit. Will you please tell us all what that is? Because I have never heard of that game before. And while I do that, I'll do a quick I'll do a quick little example in terms of how I like to play these games. So I've always thought that trying to advertise Telltale games as did I call it East Coast? Sorry, I moved out east. It's definitely not a coast. So I'm underwater, not far from Toronto, but far enough away. Yes, we are. I'm actually lucky. I'm not affected that much by the floods. So, hidden object game, a very sweet one. Okay, I'm actually going to have to watch that video then. Actually, while I'm tabbed out of the game, let me just take a quick second here and carry on. So, I've always thought that people oversold Telltale games as ones being where your choices matter. For instance, I loved The Wolf Among Us. It was the very first Telltale game that I ever played. But I always sort of felt that the decisions I made really boiled down to deciding which characters would show up in the cutscene at the end. And I actually don't mind that, because what I think is the most interesting about a game like this is how your individual decisions just nudge the story and give a particular interpretation. So if you think of the first Walking Dead, Season 1. Obviously, spoiler alert, but it is a fairly old game, and we are playing the second season. So, but you have Lee, who there's a character who knows his secret. And what's interesting here is you're given a choice between saving one of two characters, and most people, I think, go for the woman. But what's interesting, of course, is that the woman is the one who knows your secret, and so you can read that decision to save the other guy as sort of tying up loose ends. In this case, the person who knows the secret is taken away in sort of a plausible scenario. In the end, you have to choose one person, and maybe that's something that factors into the reckoning. That says something about Lee. And it doesn't, I mean, obviously that one is a fairly negative one. And I think most people tend to like saving her because she seems very capable where the other guy is not. But I think this is really where Telltale Games is at its strength, which is you are always going to hit either the same or very similar story beats, but the choices that you make will always color exactly what type of a person that you are. So in that particular case there with Carver, or who I'm assuming is Carver, we've got this moment where, he's going to force himself in. It's like, Clementine is capable, but let's face it, she's not going to be able to physically stop this individual from going through the house. And so I wanted to create a lie, and in this case, I wanted to try and make as consistent of a lie as possible. And yet the challenge that I had, and this was just me trying to think, when I say I'm alone, obviously that is not something that's going to bear scrutiny of somebody looking through the house. You've got chess games set up, you've got plates, you've got every indication that this is a house that's been lived in. And sure, you can say it's like, well, I'm just squatting here, this must have been somebody else's. But I wanted to try and keep with that. I definitely have some very clear ideas about the types of people who I want these to be. Sometimes I'll change that based on some of the dialogue options. But this is one of the things I love about these games, which is you get to watch the movie, but in this case, you just nudge it in an interesting direction. And I think the thing that I like the most is you nudge it along the dimension of subtext much more than main plot. And I think that is what sells me on the game. Best way to play Telltale games is to find a character that you like and always agree with them no matter what. Did I ever do that in the previous one? I don't know, but we'll see if this bears out in my playstyle here. Anyways, you guys are here for Walking Dead, not me, so let's...
Uncle Pete!
Oh, absolutely, Hadnix.
Oh my God.
What happened? What the hell happened?
He's been shot.
He didn't have a gun. Who did this?
Son of a bitch.
We need to go.
He's gone. Nick, he's gone. We gotta get moving. Come on, man. Tell me. Tell me how it happened.
The last thing he said was he wanted to say goodbye to you.
Fuck. I'm worried about that kid. Keep an eye on him for me, would you?
I already promised that to Pete.
You sure you still want to come with us? Look, I know we got off to a rough start, and I can't make any promises it won't get rougher, but we all know you now. We may not be perfect, but we look out for each other.
I have to look for Krista.
She was headed north, right?
Yeah.
So are we. Look, you're gonna have a better chance of finding her with us than on your own. I figure we got about 4 or 5 days to reach those mountains. Now, if they're tracking us, we should be able to lose them up there.
5 days?
It's gonna be okay, Beck.
We have to keep moving now. It's our only choice.
Shameful admission here, I've still not played any of the Dragon Age games, but I do own 1, 2, and Inquisition.
See anything?
She better see something. We've been walking for a damn week.
We've got to find some shelter.
There's a lift or something.
Chairlift? Must be that ski resort.
I've never been skiing.
Beck and I went once.
It wasn't pretty.
Here, eat this, Beck.
There's a building on the mountain.
What's it look like?
It's big.
That sounds like a good place to spend the night.
I'd really love to play it, Hatnix. The real question for me is whether or not I want to do a blind playthrough on stream, or if I want to give it a shot for myself first. It's always hard because I know I like sharing that first experience of games with people. But that isn't necessarily the way. Like obviously, when I did Alpha Centauri, that was me sharing a game I was familiar with that I really love, and so sometimes there's an advantage in terms of sharing things that you're familiar with to an audience.
The bridge.
And does it look passable?
I think so.
Good.
There's a little house by the bridge.
How big is it?
It's pretty small.
We have to cross that bridge. Let's go.
Okay, that also gives me
Hold on
more
now.
times to do it.
Can't all go sprinting across that thing, okay? We get spotted out there, we're gonna be trapped.
Going around that lake will take too long.
Right, but look, we've got no idea who's out there. Okay, I'm gonna sneak across, make sure it's clear before we bring the whole group over.
You think splitting up the group is a good idea?
Well, I never said it was a good idea, but it's better than risking everyone at once.
What's your plan?
Clem and I can scoot across low and slow, make sure nobody's waiting for us on the other side.
We'll have a tough time covering you from back here.
Well, we'll just turn back if it gets hairy.
Clementine should stay here.
She's what?
She's just a little girl, Luke.
She's a valuable little girl.
I can do it.
See? No problem. It's gonna be fine. Okay, we'll signal you guys in 10 minutes. Just watch for a light at the far side.
I can go too.
You stay with the group.
I'm fine, Luke.
I don't like this.
Yeah, well, when's the last time you liked anything, Carlos?
If something happens, I'll cover you.
Come on.
Yeah, I love Hate Burial. Like, I mean, one of the things people generally like hearing me read stuff anyway, so it's nice to be
sorry
able
about
to read
that.
those out.
Just could really use your eyes, and right now I don't trust Nick to tie his own shoes. You're just still on edge after the Carver thing.
It's been 5 days. Why would Carver still be following us?
What's the most important thing in this world? What does everyone want? Even the gangs. You know, what do you think they're all after?
Safety?
Close. Listen, what's the one thing a guy would walk hundreds of miles to get back?
Family.
It's a tough world out there without people you can trust. Anyways, you can ask Rebecca, okay? I'm not gonna get in the middle of it. We've all made mistakes. Done things that we regret. It's not my place to talk about someone else's past, you know?
Seems like we're already in the middle of it.
Tell me about it. Can't shoot him. Too much noise. There are only two.
What do you think?
I think we can take him. I'll take the big one. You get Shorty. Wish we could use guns. We should be okay.
Got it. I'll take the small one.
Good. Let's do it. Go ahead. Give it a good pull. It should come free.
I know. I've done this before, remember? In a shed.
Oh, that's a good bit of dialogue.
Nice work, kid.
Actually, so I normally do try and say stop hammer time, but I didn't even think of doing it at that point. So you caught me, you caught me in, or you rescued me from missing the opportunity. You all got to hear me talk about Johnny Big Time. For those of you who haven't, exclamation mark Johnny Big Time if you want to see why I always keep shouting him out. But I always like, whenever he's playing like a dwarf with a giant hammer, I always like calling him Johnny Hammer Time.
Shit.
Clem! I'm okay. I'm stuck.
I can't reach.
It's okay. Clem, look, we'll figure something out. Behind you!
Oh, shit.
Language, Clem. CKY2 Cannondale, great to see you again. I approve of the use of the emote. I love the way that they build the tension in that. You know, you start off, it's like you've got the three zombies, you take out one, but then you lose the hammer, then you try to take out the other one, and then you fall off the edge. It's a nice little bit where they just ratchet it up a little bit at each point. I actually noticed my palms started to sweat a little bit by the end of that, so it's a really well done little sequence.
You see him?
Yeah.
Just play it cool. And you do the talking.
What? Why me?
I don't want to get in a fight. You really think he'd shoot a little girl? Just don't make any sudden moves. And don't piss him off.
Is he with Carver?
It's hard to see. I don't think so.
Well, who are you?
Well, who's asking?
I am.
What do you want?
Saw you coming and I thought I'd meet you halfway. Huh. You don't look like assholes. Are you assholes? No offense or anything, but you know how it is out here.
You're the one holding a gun.
Touché. You folks headed north like everyone else?
Everyone else?
I see at least one group a day move through here. You all look the same.
Have you seen someone named Krista?
Krista? Maybe.
Really?
No, I mean, a lot of people come through here. I don't know. I gotta say, you two look like shit. If you need food, I've got some canned stuff in that station back there.
Well, that's, awful nice of you. What's the catch?
No catch. I've got plenty.
Well, all right then. Thank you.
Hey, no problem. Nice running into friendly faces out here. Like I said, I've got food and supplies back in the station. And if you want... What the fuck, man?
What the hell is he doing? No, he's with us. Nick! No!
Put it down!
Stop!
Did I hit him? Where is he?
I told you not to shoot.
What? Who was that guy?
He was going to help us.
How do you know?
Damn it, Nick. I told you not to shoot.
How was I supposed to hear you? You gave me a clear shot.
That shot rang out for miles. We gotta get off this bridge. Let's go.
I don't know if I can hold my promise to keep Nick safe. Nick is not going to keep Nick safe.
Who the fuck was that back there?
I don't know.
Looked like he had a gun on you.
That asshole drew on me. He was about to shoot.
Oh, was he?
I'm telling you, man, he drew first.
Everybody calm down.
What did you see, Clem? Was that guy gonna shoot?
Fuck you, Luke. You've been on my case the whole week.
He wasn't gonna do anything.
I know what I saw.
Either way, you could have hit one of us.
Yeah, but I didn't.
Look, I know Pete was close to you, Nick, but you can't...
Don't fucking talk about him.
You think he was with Carver?
I don't know. No, I don't think so. But he fell over.
He fell off the damn bridge?
We have to keep moving.
I can't. I need a minute.
Fine. Luke, can I talk to you alone?
Hey, Clem, you got anything to eat? Beck's dying here.
Alvin, I told you I'm fine.
Sorry, I'm out.
Wish we still had those juice boxes.
Yeah, me too.
That man said he had food in the station.
Mind checking it out? Maybe we could spend the night here. A little small for us, though.
Sure.
Thanks, Clem.
Maybe we can give the mom the red and gold cigarettes.
Rebecca, are you okay?
I'm all right. I just need a little rest.
And some food.
Alvin.
It's a shame we can't talk with, I think it's Sarah is her name?
I had to kill my mom. Sounds weird when I say it out loud, huh?
Luke always used to push me. I never wanted to go into business with him. I remember when he sold me on it. His big plan. Some fucking plan. Case of beer in, he just said, "Nick, we're burning daylight." And that was that. After 6 months, we were flat broke. I didn't care. We were having fun. I wish I was like him. I wish I could just keep moving all the time.
Thanks a lot for stopping by, Sad
Just
LH. I
not
hope you have a good sleep.
Built like that. I'm sure they're talking about me right now. Look, he's becoming a danger to the group. So who was that guy? I swear, it looked like he was holding you guys up.
He seemed nice.
Damn. If Alvin is in front of me, he takes that shot. What a fucking mess. Maybe I am losing it. I don't know anymore. God, I'm hungry. What time is it anyway? Damn. Damn.
What's wrong?
I left my watch back at the cabin. It was Pete's. He gave it to me. It was all I had left of him. You know what? I'm gonna go talk to them.
We'll see if we can redeem Nick.
The man said he had lots of food. There's gotta be something left. I don't see a key around here. That man probably had it. Feels pretty good.
I was just thinking for Brian open the truck, but okay, Clem, if you want to go kill other stuff.
I guess he slept here. It's dead.
Then it'll come back as a walker! Stupid game making me do stuff. The Wizard's Gambit by Pierce Bellman.
Man, and I thought we had it bad. Look at this dump. Guess he did have food. Man, fuck Nick. Nick's lost a lot of his people, that's for sure. But that doesn't give him any excuse to start shooting up strangers.
He was trying to help us.
Yeah, and someone died. I ain't no judge, but that's straight up murder in my book. I mean, you ever known anyone to do a thing like that?
Actually, yeah.
What happened?
A woman in our group. Her dad died, and then she just shot this other woman.
Damn. What'd you do?
We left her behind.
Damn. That's funny. She looks just like you. Hey, Clem, there's not a lot of food here, and Rebecca, well, she's eating for two. You think we can keep this just between us? I hate to even say it, you know, but... And I'd never go against the group.
The whole group should decide.
I know you're right. It's just so hard right now. It's a shame. Nick was a good guy. He's still a good guy. He's just losing it. God knows we're not perfect. Hell, I'm glad you're with us, Clementine. The hell is that?
Walkers.
We got a problem here.
Yeah, we saw it. All right, we're heading up.
Well, What are we waiting for?
We have to be careful.
Careful? We've been on the road for 5 days. My back is done being careful.
Doesn't look like anybody's home. Damn. Nailed down tight. I'll check around front.
I'll go with you.
Well, it'd be good to know if anybody's actually back there. Could probably get a better view from up top. You'd have an easier time getting up there. You feel like taking a look? It'd be just like climbing a treehouse.
I had a treehouse once.
Well, there you go.
There's something about the fact that this
hated
group
it.
is constantly using Clementine like this. I don't know, obviously Carver's already a highly unlikable person, but there's something about this group which is not right.
Just take it slow, and I'll catch you if you fall. Probably. Got a good grip?
Yeah.
When I was a kid, we used to jump rooftops downtown. Now that was fun.
That sounds stupid.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. The trick was not to look down, though. Whoa, 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 you're fine. You're fine. Just look at me, okay? You're fine. All right, just slow down. Just for a second, okay?
Keep your voice down.
But you just yelled at me.
Shut up.
I don't know if that was... if she would have gotten pregnant before the zombie outbreak or not. I can't remember where this is in relation to any of the other ones. That's a really nice shot.
Made it.
You see anything?
I can see the bridge.
Nope.
Wait, I see something.
What is it?
A light. Wait, there's another. Luke. Luke.
Listen, everyone, just stay
Who
calm.
are you? Are you trying to rob us? Excuse me, honey, but do I look like a fucking thief?
Everyone calm down. Hey, man, you calm the fuck down.
Sarah, get behind me.
Just tell us who you are. We ain't here to rob nobody. Put the gun down, man.
Fuck that! Whoa, 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 whoa.
Please, just do what he says.
Is that Kenny?
Kenny.
Wait, you know this guy? Clementine?
I thought you were dead.
I'll take that as a yes.
These people with you? We can talk inside.
Great. I just started dinner.
Are you sure you don't mind?
It's gonna storm soon. Please, come in.
Yeah, that's a really nice music cue. I don't remember if they've used the theme. They obviously used it a lot in the first season, but I don't know if that's actually appeared in this season yet.
Kenny and Sarita have been staying with us for several weeks. Used to be a ski lodge, obviously, so we have plenty of food. And believe it or not, we still get some power from that wind turbine out front.
Oh, this is the Overlook
we tend to
Hotel.
keep most of the lights off at night to avoid drawing attention. But after we found this stuff in storage, we couldn't resist making an exception. What's funny?
Oh, nothing, Walt. Walter here's one smart sumbitch. Makes a mean can of beans, too.
Well, why don't you two catch up while I get some dinner started? Please, make yourselves at home. You can leave your things over there.
The hell we will.
Yeah, I'm holding on to my rifle. Thanks.
You're our guests here. There's no need to worry.
Tell him to put his gun down then.
Kenny?
Will you vouch for these people, Clem? If you tell me they're good, then I'm good.
Us. You were the one waving a gun around, man.
Everyone, calm down.
Dad, look! A Christmas tree.
Not now, Sarah.
Isn't it great? We found it all in storage.
It's amazing.
Good. If you'll all follow me, I'll show you where you can sleep.
Still wearing this dirty old thing, huh? You know, I half expected to see Lee walk up next to you. You guys were like two peas in a pod. Oh, shit, I didn't mean to... It's just hard not to think about it, you know?
He saved me.
I knew it. I knew he would. That guy had a fire in him, sure as shit. Hell. Lee and I had our differences, that's for sure. But when my son, well, he took care of him. I'll never forget that. So, where'd you end up?
It was bad. Everything went wrong, like it always does.
Sounds like it ain't been easy for you. I'm sorry, darling. I wish I could have found you sooner.
Where have you been?
Oh, hell. All over after Savannah.
How did you get out of there?
For some reason, I tried to save that fucking shitbird Ben. Then it turned into a damn cluster. Couldn't help the kid, but I got out. Long story short, I got lucky. Real lucky. Spent a long time alone after that. And then I met Sarita, thank God. Gosh, it's great to have you back.
You two catching up?
Clem, this is my girl, Sarita. Ain't she beautiful?
Nice to meet you, Clementine.
Hey, Walt, where's Matthew? He's still out there rooting around?
Of course he is. Well, I'll start dinner.
Carlos, right? Mind if I steal your daughter for a secret mission?
Stay in sight, sweetie.
Can we do anything to help? Could use a hand outside. We got a lot of supplies to bring in before that storm hits.
Sure.
Clem, why don't you help Walt with dinner?
So, Pax, I don't seem to remember having a particularly good relationship with Kenny either, but I have a feeling you could still motivate Kenny hating Lee and still saying nice
Settling
things
in
about
well
him
enough?
because he's no longer with us.
Excellent. Want to help me prepare a little dinner? So how do you know Kenny? He and Sarita have been a huge help. Matthew and I barely knew what to do around here the first week.
We're old friends. I met him after it happened.
When he was with Lee? Yeah, he only told us a little. Connecting with people is so important. I don't know what I'd do without Matthew. Gosh, you remind me of my students. I can't imagine what it's like growing up in the middle of all this.
Everyone underestimates me.
I expect you've used that to your advantage.
Sometimes.
Smart girl. Almost done. Would you do me the honor of tasting the first course, madam?
What is this?
Le Walter's Surprise. An autumnal legume salad with a peach roux. It's peaches and beans. That's all we got.
Hatnix, thank you very much for the host, the raid,
Striking resemblance.
and I hope you have a good sleep. It's it's definitely quite
Anyway,
late where
I'll
you
take
are.
it from here.
I'll try and do something a little more dynamic next time you're around, but I hope you have a good time. I'm actually really looking forward to seeing you do Dragon Age if you do it again.
Cousin Jared's concert, October 13th, 1998. Crazy. Reminds me of school.
I was I was saying my goodbyes. I actually didn't hear the line of dialogue that told me what I was supposed to do.
What's this song?
I haven't seen one of these since.
Wenceslas. It's my favorite Christmas song.
What's it
Hey, it's my favorite Christmas song too.
It's about a king that brings food to a poor man. Clem, we could use some help. Here, Sarah, you take this and string them up over there. You knew Kenny before. It must be incredible to see him again. When I met him, well, he's so different now.
So, how'd you meet Kenny?
I found him holed up in an old restaurant, if you can believe it.
Hold up.
You should have seen his beard then. Perfect. Now we just need the topper.
We always had an angel on top of our tree.
My family didn't celebrate Christmas, but I still love the decorations.
You have to be up early tomorrow yourself, going on a little trip. Where are you going, Sean Bean? If you don't mind me asking, obviously you can. You can also be a man of mystery.
What a funny little guy.
It's crazy. Why would they follow us this far?
We can't be sure.
It's been a week, man. We gotta be out of the woods.
We can't be sure. They might be tracking us.
Tracking? Who do you think they are? Ninjas?
Clem, Luke said you saw some people in the valley.
People? Way down there. How?
I saw lights.
Which way did they go?
Back into the woods.
We cannot take any chances. We leave at dawn.
But we're safe here for tonight, right?
Clementine, you talked to that man Walter, right? What did he say? You didn't tell him anything about us, did you?
We mostly talked about Kenny.
Kenny is the loud man with the beard?
Yeah, that's him.
Look, I don't care what that man said. We're staying here tonight.
Just talk to the rest of them. They trust you. See what you can find out.
Very nice, Sean Bean.
I'm
I hope
gonna
you have
go
a good.
find Luke.
I hope you have a good trip. Have
Honey,
a wonderful
I don't
sleep.
feel so good.
Beck, what's wrong?
I just need something to drink.
You got it. I'll be right back.
Obviously, we gotta make our friend happy. Hey. Okay, let's. Nope, it's not gonna let me out. Okay, well.
She looks so cool.
Beautiful. I used to love this time of year. You know, now that your friends are here, this place is starting to feel like a real home. Matthew and Walter are amazing people. Honestly, it's dangerous to be this kind, but they can't help it. Wait until you meet Matthew. He's a real character. The first time he met me, he called me Rita.
What does Matthew look like?
Oh, he's a handsome man. Little shorter than Walter. He should be back soon. Clem, I wanted to ask you.
Oh, I know.
Does Kenny seem different to you? I didn't know him before.
It's the guy we shot on the bridge.
I'm curious.
I wasn't thinking.
He has good days and bad days like everyone else.
I haven't noticed.
Oh, well, let me know if you do.
Well, you three have been busy.
Kenny, isn't it great?
I got it, hon.
I think I can manage, Ken.
I said I got it.
Always has to play the gentleman. But I'll tell you, when I met him, he couldn't lift a fly. Why don't you go see if your friends are ready for dinner, Clementine?
But first, Clementine is going to take the ammo out of all of the guns.
Are you okay?
Just got a little dizzy. I can't even take care of myself. How am I supposed to raise a child? I mean, how can anyone now?
I think it's possible.
How do you know?
Well, I'm still here.
I know it's going to be hard. But at the same time, I already feel a little less lonely. Because I know that no matter what happens, I'll get to meet someone new. She's kicking. Want to listen? That food smells good, huh?
Can I?
She's gonna be a runner.
She'll have to.
It's not his.
Why are you telling me this?
I trust you. For some reason. And I can tell you've kept a few secrets. If Alvin finds out, he'll kill me. I don't know what to do. I can't believe I'm asking a little girl for advice. But I guess nothing's weird anymore.
He won't kill you.
There's my man.
You all right, baby?
I'm fine, you big dope.
Just need to get some food in you. Thanks for staying with her, Clem.
Well, everyone, dinner is served. Come on, let's eat.
This dinner scene is going to go down in flames.
You okay, man?
Yeah, I wish I hadn't pulled that trigger.
Just try to forget about it.
Right here, Clem.
Here you go, Clem.
So, Clem, we were just talking. What's the deal with the kid? And what's his name? Luke? He in charge? You trust him?
Kenny, please.
Sarita, we don't know these folks.
They seem nice.
Yeah, well, gators seem nice too, till they bite your damn arm off.
Kenny. It's okay, Clem. Just ignore him.
That guy, Big Al, he said they were on the run.
Some people are after them.
Well, you don't have to worry about that no more. They'll go tomorrow and you can stay here.
Absolutely. Honey, you stay with us as long as you want.
She's staying for good.
If that's what she wants.
Thank you.
Of course.
This is like a dream. Damn it, I am so happy right now. I can't even tell you.
Hey there.
Hey.
Hope you like the food.
Oh, it's great. Thank you.
Peaches and beans. Great for nutrition. Not too great on the way out, though, I tell you. So, it's Luke and Nick. Luke and Nick. You guys sure do look like a match.
What's that supposed to mean?
I'm just saying you look like good friends, that's all.
So, what was your plan here? Hold out for the winter?
Actually, we were thinking of moving on. Somewhere up north. You ever heard of a place called Wellington?
Wellington? The hell is that?
A place.
Yeah. Krista and I were going there.
Supposed to be a big camp up near Michigan.
Michigan?
You got a hearing problem, kid? Yeah, Michigan. Think about it. Fresh water, lots of land, and cold-ass winters so the walkers get slow.
Sounds like bullshit.
Listen, Vanilla Ice, I don't know what your deal is, but you're more than welcome to take off in the morning.
That'd be just fine by me.
What's the deal with these guys, Clem?
Hey, fuck you, buddy.
It's fine, Nick. We're not staying.
Please, don't fight.
Gentlemen, please. There's no need for this. Now look, we've all had a long day. Please eat.
Pass me that can, Duck.
Duck? Who's Duck?
Leave him alone, Luke.
Hey, Clementine, would you, lend me a hand outside for a moment? I'm sorry about that. You know, I used to be a teacher, and I remember what it's like to be caught in the middle of two cliques. I suspect they'll find common ground soon enough. It may take a little time, but that's just how these things work. Everything will be fine. Listen, relationships are like any machine. You don't throw them out when they break down. You get your hands dirty and you grease the wheels. What do you say? Will you help me work on them? The two of us must unify our factions for the common good. You know, like Churchill and Roosevelt.
Or
They
Stalin.
say the world is over, but I'll tell you a secret. It's not. People are more political now than they ever were before. In the end, we can't change the world. All we can do is continue to learn from each other, to empathize, and use our heads. All war is a symptom of man's failure as a thinking animal. Steinbeck. Have you read him?
Oh, go fuck yourself, dude.
Well, we have plenty of time to catch you up on your reading. My partner Matthew is amassing quite the literature collection. I think you'll like it. In any case, the point is, as long as we have our wits about us, we can always make the right choice. Right?
Maybe. Maybe not.
What's the matter, Clementine? Is there something you want to tell me? You can talk to me, Clem. There's almost nothing you could tell me that would surprise me. I can promise you that.
I'm just worried about the people chasing us.
You're safe now. Don't worry. Matthew will be back soon, and everything will be fine.
Hey, kids, what are you two talking about?
Oh, politics.
The hell?
Well, being from Florida, I would imagine you know all about politics, Kenny.
Man, I know one advantage of living in the apocalypse is not dealing with that shit no more. I was just gonna check the windows round back before this storm hits. Give us a hand?
Sure. Miss?
Please, do you have any food?
Are you okay?
I saw the house and I have a family. We're starving. We live down there.
Of course. Why don't you come in, Miss...
Bonnie.
Walt, I don't know. You just gonna let her in like that?
It's fine, Kenny.
We don't know this girl.
Then we'll have to get to know her. Right, Clem?
Walt.
How much damage can this poor woman do?
Check her for weapons.
Yeah.
Thank you. Really, but that storm will be on us soon, and I gotta get back to my family.
I'll bring something out to you then.
You don't have to do that.
No, it's fine.
What about your people?
We've got plenty. You stay put. I'll be right back.
I have a little girl like you. How old are you, sweetie?
I'm 11.
I would have thought older than that.
Here you are, miss.
This is too much.
Don't mention it.
I don't know how to thank you.
Just help someone else down the line.
Thank you so much. I'll be going now.
You stay safe.
You too.
Clem, go on inside and get to bed. Walt and I gotta talk for a second. Clementine. Don't freak out. Listen, okay, I gotta tell you something. That guy on the bridge was Walter's friend. See, I knew something was off, so I asked Sarita about their friend. Now they're all worried he's not back yet.
I know he was. For sure.
Damn it. Damn it, Nick. I don't think Walter knows yet, so we have to keep this quiet. I mean, who knows what the hell he'd do if he found out.
We should tell him.
He's gonna ask who did it, and you're gonna tell him.
It's the right thing to do.
It's right to get Nick killed because that's what's gonna happen. Now, do you still have that knife? Because if it was Matthews and Walter sees it, he's gonna put two and two together.
It's with the other weapons.
Okay, well, go get rid of it. I'll find Walter and run interference. Oh, and, keep an eye out for Nick.
I'm right here. What's up?
Oh, it's nothing, man. I just wanted to check and see if you're okay.
We have to tell you something.
Hey, if there's something going on, I want to know.
No, just go back to bed, Nick.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, God.
God damn it. Hey, Nick, shut the fuck up.
I can't, man. I can't.
Do not fucking blow it.
Blow it? It's over. I have to tell him, Luke.
What? No, hey, Nick, you cannot do that. Are you fucking nuts?
I gotta. I can't live with that on me.
You should tell him.
Yeah.
Nick, I'm warning you. This is fucking suicide.
I'll live with it.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus. I can't handle this.
Look, Clem, just go do that thing, alright?
Can I not do that thing? Seeing as I've completely advocated honesty here?
It's gone.
That's a nice reveal.
Walter?
I always liked this knife. Gave it to Matthew when all this started. I know he's dead. Who did it? Was it that kid? What's his name? Nick? Heard him talking earlier, something about shooting a man. I could see it. I could see it on his face. Wasn't sure then, but now...
It was us. It was our fault.
Jesus. I don't feel good.
Nick shot him.
Is Nick a good man? Or is he just like everyone else?
He is. He's a good guy, Walter.
He was always going out alone. I told him something like this would happen, but he wouldn't listen. No, Matt always knew best. What's going on?
You need to tell him.
Tell him what?
What happened on the bridge.
Tell me what you did. Just tell me, son. Tell me what happened.
From a distance, it looked like anyone. I thought he was
Thank you
gonna
very
shoot
much,
my
I
friends.
Ambrosine. Sorry, I don't have follower
I shot
notifications, it
Matthew.
seems, but I appreciate that.
It happened real fast. I didn't know if I hit him, but I did, and I didn't mean to.
Do you know what you've done to me? Do you have any idea?
I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Walter.
Walt, what's going on? The storm's got it spinning out of control. That sound's gonna draw walkers. We gotta shut it down now.
Nick, help me. Carry the guns.
Guns?
That thing's a damn dinner bell. What the hell was that? Damn it! Transformer must have gone. Gotta check it. I could use a hand. I'll go with you.
I'm going to.
No! It's too dangerous. Rest of you, get this thing shut down.
Does anyone know how to do this? Great.
I can do it.
Okay, we'll watch your back. Nick, scan the trees with me.
That's right, the tiny little childlike hands are perfect for this work.
It's too dark.
Oh, that was easy. The doctor couldn't figure out how to turn a key.
Something ain't right.
Yeah. We don't have much ammunition.
We gotta get back to the lodge.
Kids just get technology nowadays. I don't think I get what I'm supposed to be doing here. Okay, there we go. Well. So much for that. Alright guys, good stream. Thanks. Let's maybe try that again and actually... This is the thing that always got me about the Walking Dead games, is that sometimes I'd go into these scenarios and it wasn't really clear what I was supposed to do. So, hey, cool, floating gun. I'm only kidding, Reaper King. Hurry, hurry, step right up. Yeah, you always rely on the little girl to do everything is the message of this game. Oh, not you two, Clementine. Yeah, nobody wants that rifle, apparently.
Clem, get inside! Go!
Clementine, are you okay?
What the hell?
Howdy, folks. Where's Rebecca?
Carver.
It's nice to see you, too.
Oh! Dad! Sarah!
Inside.
It's you.
Keep moving.
Yeah, if anything, we've learned that Carver is not very good at searching rooms, so as long as we stay behind that couch, we'll be okay.
Look at this place.
Believe this fucking place, Bonnie? Power and everything. A lot of windows, though. It's fucking huge. Bill's gonna hate it. Now the rest of them could be anywhere. Man, how the fuck are we gonna cover these guys and look for them, too?
Johnny, cover that window.
Listen, I'm only gonna ask you once. Where's Rebecca?
Sarah, look at me. It's gonna be okay.
Rebecca!
Rebecca! Rebecca! Our baby deserves to be raised in a place of safety. I know you're out there. And Alvin, and Luke, and the girl. This is real simple. You want this over quick. You all play nice. And show your faces.
My dad, please.
He'll kill him.
No, Alvin.
We gotta go down there.
I can't do that.
Beck, the baby. You need a doctor.
No. Where's Luke and Kenny?
We have to help Carlos.
Only way to help him is to do what the man says.
What about Luke and Kenny?
Look at those guns. If we start shooting and people are gonna die on both sides.
Clem can sneak out. Find Luke.
What the hell is she gonna do? And you heard him. Carver knows she's with us.
Just stop! Don't hurt my dad, please!
We're going down there.
He'll kill you.
Fuck you. Shoot him! Somebody just shoot him!
Clem, go get help.
He'll kill him, Beck.
He'll do it anyway.
He's gonna kill him. Rebecca, we have to give up.
Bill, stop!
Ah.
Ah! Ah!
You all right?
Fuck you, Bill.
You don't want to do this. Please, let these people go.
Just shut up.
Clem, can you reach my hands?
Everything under control?
I'll try.
Kenny! Don't move. I can't see him.
Watch them.
No!
Please stop!
That's for our man. Now, I didn't want to do this, but you ain't leaving me much choice. So here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna march another one of your friends out here, and I'm gonna put a bullet in the back of their head. Or you can give up now. Your choice. Hi, Alvin.
You motherfucker.
Alvin!
Bill, no! Tell him to stop! Kenny, stop!
You remember George, Alvin? You see, I do. I remember a guy that was your friend named George. I remember when you murdered him in cold blood. And why? Because you didn't like me? You could have lodged a complaint. You could have been civil.
Bill, no! We'll do whatever you want.
I love you, Beck.
Bill, please!
Please, don't do this!
Alvin! Rebecca, don't look! Just don't look, Rebecca!
Kenny! Stop it!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
I can keep this up all night. We can do this all night. Is that what you want? Where's Luke? Finally cut and run, huh? Why am I not surprised? I warned you. I warned you not to follow him. Look where he's led you. But you're safe now. We're going home. As a family. All right, round them up. We're heading back to camp.
Something tells me I handled this very poorly.
I don't know if we could have saved Walt, but I know one of us didn't just give up.
Yeah, I know. Folks are sore over what happened. But let's remember, these are our brothers and sisters, and they all have a vital role to play in this community. They strayed from the flock, yeah. That don't mean they can't earn their way back into the fold. I don't mean we can't find it in our hearts to forgive them, knowing full well those who choose not to accept our love will surely wish that they had. A storm is on the way.
So yeah, the big challenge that I ran into at the end there, the one rule that you can basically follow in any sort of emergency situation is don't do anything to get someone, or to basically let yourself in someone's power. So if somebody tells you to get into a car, they're not getting you in that car to put you in a place where you will be safer. But what I was trying to avoid with the surrender option was exactly what happened there, which is hostages getting shot as part of the search. So that was me trying to play the game's logic against it a bit. But anyways, that was a really interesting that's a really interesting episode. So let's take a quick look here. So Friendship, apparently the minority took blame for the photo of Sarah. That's actually surprising, because again, it seems that most people tend to take the nice person choices. Sat with at dinner. It's definitely, so it doesn't surprise me that 64% of players sat with Kenny, because the bond that you form over an entire game is definitely one big thing. Like, that's one big factor. And the other thing is that this other group of people really seems to have something wrong about them. Like the number of times that they use Clementine, and cases like Alvin. So like, if you think about every single one of these characters, they all seem to have one of these elements that was not like the bonds that you formed with sort of Kenny and Lee. You've got Alvin, who's trying to hide food from the rest of the group. And yes, admittedly, it's for his wife and, and for the expectant child. But you can contrast that to the situation with Lee, where one of the team members, throws it back at him. It's like, all right, if you think, I'm tired of being the bad guy, you decide who gets to eat. And that is one that is a little bit more, you can sort of see the difference. And I suspect this is a very intentional difference that they put between the two groups, that they're equally undesirable circumstances, but one is ultimately the group sorting through its issues, whereas the other one is this degree of infighting. I guess it's Luke and Nick. Anyways, the pair of them, obviously Luke always seems like he is on the brink of cutting Nick out. And then you have Rebecca, who is hiding the father of the child, doesn't trust Alvin to react well to it, which, probably a reasonable enough assumption. But again, yet another secret held within the group. So it's really hard to see why a player would necessarily prefer that group. I mean, with that in mind, 35 and change percent of players did. I mean, that's still hey, Kicknick, great to see you again. That's still a reasonable proportion of players who decided to go with the other group. I suspect there's a certain degree of inertia. It's like, the people who you've been with, or maybe you just don't trust Kenny. I mean, Kenny wasn't exactly a stellar human being at the end, but through episode 1. But yeah, I find that it's clearly a choice that you make, but I find it a really difficult one to to see why I would have behaved different from how I did otherwise. Told Walter the truth about Matthew. Walter is kind of a likable person, other than like, oh, have you read Steenbeck? It's like, yeah, to the 11-year-old, who else are you going to impress post-apocalypse, right? That, I don't know, like, it doesn't seem... It doesn't really seem like there's any other sensible alternative to that one. I can see why you might want to keep something like that secret, but I suppose insofar as you find it undesirable that members of the team that you're with right now have not a degree of infighting, but definitely a degree of dishonesty amongst themselves. So yeah, no, I can see that one maybe being a little bit more of an even split. A reaction to which, Pax? Was it like the revelation that it was Kenny, or Nick's face? Yeah, I don't know what determined. I mean, I'm assuming that Nick can die in this. I don't know if it's just that moment that decides Nick's fate, or if it's the buildup of other things. But in this case here, it was a consistent enough choice with the previous things that I'd set up, so that's not so surprising. And I think I am not at all surprised that it was virtually the same proportion between honesty and forgiveness. Like those just seem to be. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, come on, like, and then left to find Kenny. This actually surprises me a little bit, because that was like on the decisions that I made, I felt the worst about the give up option, and it was probably the one that was least of an in the moment one. I mean, the nice thing here is I'm playing a little kid, right? So every strategic decision is not necessarily the top one. But so here's a question for you. I normally have about an hour left, but Kicknick is here, so it'd be lovely to do another. Sorry, just a second, you guys. Oops. It'd be lovely to do another episode. The catch here is that it probably put me an hour over, which also can potentially mean that little kids are not known to be great strategists. Yeah. It could mean that I stopped the episode partway through. I don't think the lengths of the episodes are even. The alternative that I can do is I can do an hour of some of the like smaller indies that I do. But I'll put it to you this way. This is always a big selection bias thing here. Because clearly the people who hang around are the people who are comfortable with, the people who are comfortable with with the material that's being put on. Usually it's about a single digits average in terms of viewership whenever I do games like this. Who would like to see another episode tonight? Let's say that this is not a question about whether or not we are ending the stream, but who here would like to see more Walking Dead, and who is, really just here for, factors that are not necessarily relevant to the game. I am quite inclined to do a third episode, but I'm a little curious I'm kind of wanting to take the temperature of the cast a bit.
Little girl, don't lie to me. Tell me, where did you sleep last night? In the pines where the sun never shines, will shiver the whole night through. My daddy was a railroad man, killed a mile and a half from here. His head was found in the driver's wheel. His body was never found. In the pines where the sun never shines, will shiver the whole night through. You've caused me to weep.
Oh, I didn't know Michael Madsen did Carver. That's neat.
You caused me to lose my home. Little girl, where'd you sleep last night? Not even your mother knows. In the pines where the sun never shines, we shiver when the cold winds blow.
Oh, what do I think of Imperator Rome? I mean, my opinions are not that different from, are not really that different from playing the game. I understand that there is a pretty substantial backlash against the game. And I briefly touched on it, but I didn't want to go into the area of like doing a review. But I think there's a lot of anticipation for that game that was inconsistent. That's basically more in line with the game as it will appear in a year than than it is right now. I did not do that many streams because it was good for viewer numbers. I did those streams because I was genuinely enjoying playing the game, and I still like playing the game. There are some problems with it. The fact that the AI was trying to siege a fort. It was losing its manpower, but it didn't have enough strength to be able to siege it down. That's clearly an AI problem, and there's really no way to dance around that. I think some of the complaints. So the most common sort of meme I hear about Imperator Rome is that, it's got some good war stuff, but the stuff you do between the wars is non-existent. And I actually think that's an unfair criticism of the game. Because you can see in my own playthrough, I am attempting to do diplomatic options, and they're quite viable ones. It just so happens I was rather unlucky about the rebellion popping up, which prevented me from being able to diplomatically integrate people. So, I mean, I'll be honest with you here. Imperator Rome suffers from basically the problem that every Paradox game moving forward is going to suffer from. And by the way, hello, Tall Man Alive. I didn't want to ignore you. I just had the question from Kicknick1234. Okay, so in terms of Paradox Development Studio games, your options are this. Crusader Kings 2, which has basically been in development, it's been expanded on for 5 years. And it's definitely one of those games where you can say that it is hard to learn, easy to master. So, and by the way, there will be more. I think I'm going to do more Walking Dead tonight. We'll do at least one more episode, but I'm going to have a small intermission to answer Kicknick's question. So let's say that you're part of the crowd that's like, I need a new DLC before I'll be interested in CK2, and then my interest drops off after a while. So let's even knock that one out of the running. Europa Universalis 4 is still going strong. I think some people said that there's too much DLC being released for it that wasn't really worth it, and so I think they're reining back the DLC release schedule for that. But I think Europa is definitely, that seems to be an evergreen Paradox game. It seems like people really play that a lot. Hearts of Iron 4, I actually think, sort of suffered from what Imperator is going through right now, that it didn't quite meet people's expectations, and they sort of needed to go back to the drawing board in terms of what people said that they would like. But I think, especially with Man the Guns and the introduction of oil and such, I feel like Hearts of Iron 4 is a very popular and well-regarded Paradox Development Studio game. So we've got at least 2 that are sort of, solid choices. I like Stellaris a lot. I think Stellaris has been really, it's been expanded quite a bit. It's a very different game from what it was before. And I can remember a time when, like in version 1, where people said that Stellaris was not good, that Stellaris needed a lot of work. And I kind of feel like that's where Imperator is right now. Now, the difference for me is that I think Imperator has got a nice little subset of original things that interest me. It's easily the best looking. Okay, maybe second. I'll put it on beside Stellaris. Imperator and Stellaris are probably my 2 favorite visual games. The themes of Imperator are definitely alongside on my interests, so that's more of a personal taste thing that's not necessarily going to follow through with other people. But like overall, I am very pleased with it as a game. I think it is a good game. But the challenge that everybody who's going to buy a game like that is that their option isn't, Imperator or nothing. Their option is Imperator or Europa Universalis 4 or Hearts of Iron 4, or maybe not even a Paradox Development Studio game. Maybe they want to get something like BattleTech or Surviving Mars or Age of Wonders, or even the new Planetfall one that'll be coming out. And so the trade-off that we've been faced with is this. Paradox can continue to develop a game like Imperator behind closed doors for a longer period of time and have more features. And then the problem is that they have a Hearts of Iron 4 release where it's a game that's very different from what people wanted. Or they can release something, they can say, here is the foundations of this game that we are going to build and support for the next few years. And I think there are some things that I would have liked to have been different in the game. There are some things that I think could be communicated a little bit better, but I would say the negative reaction can be summed up across the following dimensions. Unfamiliarity with what makes the game unique. So I don't think people are exploring some of the diplomatic options that they should. I think some of the the Senate mechanics in that are being a little underappreciated. And then the final factor is, this is the one that falls on Paradox's feet. There are clearly some balance issues. There's clearly some AI issues. And it's very obvious that this game has been set up in order to be able to flesh out a number of things over DLC. And it's very hard to tell where a company should fall on that nowadays, because clearly we are well past the point where a game gets released and maybe it'll get some later support, but in reality, I'm playing Daggerfall on Tuesdays, right? Daggerfall is brutal in some of the bugs that it has. I don't know how people completed that game when it came out, to be completely honest with you. And even now, after so many patches, that game has some things that are major bugs. And the fact of the matter is, whether it's early access or whether it's whether it's kind of this stream of DLC, we live in a day where games are continuously developed, and that's why a game like The Division can have sort of a lukewarm reception in some respects and become a really well-regarded game. It's possibly what might happen with Anthem. And it's one of the reasons why we love Paradox Development Studio games so much. And so I think a lot of developers now are going to be struggling with this question of, where do we draw the line between, putting a fully featured thing, like what do we keep as a later release, whether it's a free patch or a paid DLC, and how much do we want to put out and implement through player feedback? And this is the important thing, right? Sure, Paradox can let's say that they did the next year of development, did that behind closed doors. Ultimately, they're not going to be able to see the player base playing the game to make the decisions about what goes into that later DLC. So personally, I don't have a problem with the game. I'm having a fine time with it. I'm liking it a lot. People who are spooked by what they're seeing in the negative reviews, it's very hard to tell them not to buy the game right away right now. Obviously, the pre-order bonuses aren't around anymore, so there isn't that incentive. And it's really just a matter of, if you buy the game now at full price, one of the things that you're banking on is continued support from Paradox on this. I'll put it to you this way. I am going to enjoy playing Imperator Rome for the next few months. What will determine whether or not I'm playing it a year from now is what goes into the subsequent patches and DLC. Because what I have available right now is a game that I'm very satisfied with, but I can sort of see the frontiers of my enjoyment. But I also have every faith that Paradox is going to deliver on that, because we would have been having this conversation about Stellaris way back when, and clearly Stellaris is, in my opinion, it is definitely a shining star. Okay, well, shining star is probably the cornier example again. It is definitely one of those examples that I would pull out to people of this is why I like Paradox games. And I just think if you look at the base game of Imperator right now as a canvas, this wonderful huge map of the ancient world, and if you kind of consider a roadmap a bit like Stellaris, I am quite excited for the title. But that's the important thing. I'm saying this as somebody who has Imperator right now, so I'm sort of locked into that roadmap moving forward. Somebody buying the game at the moment here, I really do think needs to do something like, Steam reviews, I don't find that informative. More traditional outlets are still kind of the place where I'll read a review, if any. Streamers are going to have their own taste. Paradox doesn't pay me to say things about their games. I do agree to embargoes in terms of when I display content, and you cannot formally review the game until after, basically release day. Same as any other media outlet, so that's nothing special there. But the thing is that streamers, streamers are generally not going to stream something that they don't already like. So it's not even a question of like them being captured by a publisher or something like that. I've never had a moment where somebody says to me, we're going to copyright strike you unless you say something good about the game, or we're going to, we're not going to give you a key again if you don't say anything nice about it. I would just not stream their games in that case. I definitely have got other options. I actually like playing games like Life is Strange and Walking Dead. I wouldn't mind doing more games like this. So it's worth remembering, right, that a lot of streamers are going to be streaming stuff that they're already predisposed to like, and that may or may not be in line with you. Usually, if you're watching somebody who you like, you're going to have an idea about what they enjoy. But that's really the only thing I can say about Imperator. I think some of the criticism is fair. I think some of the criticism reflects the fact that people were expecting one thing and got something different. And I don't think that different thing is necessarily bad. And part of the determination now that everybody's kind of got their opinions out and people can see that orange text on the Steam page, I think part of people's determination is going to be whether or not they believe Paradox can deliver on the support for the game afterwards. So... Well, because there's a finite period of time in development at Baver. Like, it's nice to think that, you've got something from, Europa Universalis 4 that you can just throw into Imperator Rome, but like it doesn't really work that way. Like, pieces of games, you don't just like slot them in. If you make a change, especially on a Paradox game, which obviously has a lot of complex systems that are interacting with each other, if we're already complaining about AI and balance problems there, if you give the AI more degrees of freedom in terms of what they're working with, then that means that there's going to be time that's spent making those things play well together, and that means other features potentially get missed out. Now, there's a reasonable question to be said, somebody might say, it's like, okay, well, it's better to have those other features put into the game and to delay the release date, but I'm not privy to what goes into those particular decisions. It's, but I really don't think it's fair to hammer them. I mean, it's the same thing as what people said about Hearts of Iron, right? It's like Hearts of Iron 4 doesn't have the following features from Hearts of Iron 3, and it's because they're greedy and they want to put out DLC that'll implement them. Now, clearly, Man the Guns has brought back fuel, but fuel isn't a paid feature. It's a feature that came in through patches. So I just think in order to make, ultimately every game is going to have to decide what they want to include and what they don't. And I think a little bit more importantly for me, I think the one thing that they were trying to avoid was making Europa Universalis with a Rome skin on it. I think that genuinely would have been a point where people could be upset. I think a lot of people would want that game, but I would not be impressed by a game like that because we already have Europa Universalis. So, I suppose that'll just be a point that we disagree on, but yeah, exactly. It's in there without payment. So everybody who is essentially making that complaint, that's essentially kind of what I think about whenever I hear people saying is like, well, this was in this game, but not in this one here. Because obviously there was a Rome game that they made before. But yeah, that's, I do not work in development, so I'm not equipped to be able to say how easy it is to add and remove certain features. It's worth remembering too, right? It seems that Imperator, while I've not done this personally, Imperator seems to have a game where you can play single player and have people drop in as other nations during your multiplayer session. I don't know of any other Paradox game that does that. That is a great feature. And I would much rather have something like that in, knowing that later features will be implemented once they're able to see how people play the game, than saying, I really liked this thing in Wealth of Nations, so I think that should be an Imperator Rome. But as always, people are gonna, like, everybody's gonna have their pet features. Everybody's gonna have things that make them want. So for instance, I really like Crusader Kings. So I personally would like to see a little bit more on the interactions between characters. But then I risk turning it into Crusader Kings with Rome skins. And I know that's not the game they wanted to make. So, but again, I'm probably a little too forgiving of Imperator Rome, just if I take a look at the current discourse around the game. But it's an important thing to remember, particularly about me, when people... And I'm sorry, Kicknick, I know you probably wanted a shorter answer than this. The most important thing, and like, so I don't just say I don't do reviews to satisfy some embargo requirement. I am very aware of the fact that I generally really like games. There was a game called Slain which came out, which was not a good game on its first release. It is now called Slain Back from Hell, and they have adjusted the game pretty substantially. Now, I had a good enough time in the original Slain because I liked the art style, and while the music was a little grating, it passed the time. I got enough out of it in terms of the time that it spent. Now, on reflection, it was just simply not a good game. But the thing is that I don't really get that bothered about bad games that often. Like I said, I'm easy to please, and particularly games that are about themes and in genres that I like. So, you know, if another XCOM game comes out, I'm going to play it. It could be worse than the other XCOMs, but I'm going to buy it and play it and form my own opinion. And chances are I will like it because I generally like playing games. But with that in mind, especially because I know that streamers, they fall in that category of influencer, and for some people they do make purchasing decisions based off of that. My real guiding light on this has been to try not to misrepresent a game in either too positive of a light or too negative of a light. Too negative of a light is the shooting offense, in my opinion, because it's easy for people to crap on a game, and I don't like it when streamers do that. I wish they wouldn't, to be completely honest with you. It's fair to say that things aren't working for you, but there's an entire genre of hating games, and I wish people would not do that. But I also don't want to be like a shill. So I'm always very careful to say things like I am enjoying the game, and also to be pretty upfront about the fact that I am predisposed to like games, because the fact that I like a game doesn't necessarily mean that somebody else does. I like I like The Walking Dead, but the fact that we were kind of coasting on single digits for the better part of the evening, with great thanks to Hatnix, who brought us to the double digits for a bit. It's very clear that out of the people who watch my stuff, there is not as much of a hunger for The Walking Dead as there is, say, Wolfenstein or Imperator Rome. And that's fine, because that's a different taste thing. But that's one of the reasons why I usually like talking about my personal feelings about a game, because my personal feelings are my own, and I think it should be clear to everyone that my tastes may or may not align with others. Insofar as the question was about whether or not I enjoy Imperator, like I have not joined the chorus of people who think that Paradox made a mistake with Imperator. I would like to see more in the game, but that is also true of Stellaris. I would like to see more in Stellaris. If I were to play a game on my free time, it would be a coin toss between Imperator and Stellaris. But I have actually been playing Imperator on my own time, even though I missed it on Monday. So if you have more specific questions for me, Kicknick, do feel free to ask. I'll try to keep it a little more brief. But I hope that gives you a perspective on my feelings on the game, both the discourse around it as well as my own personal things. I personally like the game quite a bit. I don't think it's unfair for people to criticize the state of the game right now, but I do think there is a mix of legitimate criticism as well as some things where I think people just don't understand the game that well. So, Eyes of Sin, Chalk and Chat, sorry I'm so late. You slept harder than you expected. No problem. We already did one episode from before. We did episode 2 now, so you actually picked a good time to do episode 3. And for those of you who have borne with my, have dealt with my long exposition on a game that I'm not playing right now, I think I will. I definitely went over time, but I think because I spent so much time in the chin wag stage. Let's take a minute and do let's do one more episode and do In Harm's Way. Well, I mean, that's kind of a matter of taste, Ed Baber, because I know if you go on the forums, so there's a great example of a developer for Albino Lullaby. If you take a look at his comments on why there isn't a later episode of the game, he says, it's because everybody watched it on YouTube, nobody bought it. And That Dragon Cancer made the same argument. Some people actually say that this is one of the reasons why Telltale found it hard to make money. I don't actually believe that argument, to be honest, but it could, it is one that's presented. A lot of people actually say that these games suffer from the problem that there's a large enough audience of the game who prefers to watch it with a streamer than play it. Now, I'm not, I'm actually more in your camp as far as my personal taste is concerned. I enjoy playing these games more than watching them. But one of the perceived challenges of making a game like this, at least if you hear developers talk about games like this, or at least developers of games who make games like this who did not meet with financial success, their usual account is for the fact that you sell one copy, 8 people get the experience, but you sell one unit. So but I don't know. I mean, you're right. Like, I don't actually know the preferences for my audience. I know some people who don't play games at all who like watching my stuff. And maybe people just want to play the games for themselves. I mean, this is an older game too, so yeah. When do I play Imperator Rome Kicknick? That'll be on Monday. The only reason I didn't do it this Monday was I started a course at work, and it was basically I have to start work 2 hours earlier than I have to start work 2 hours earlier than I normally do, and it just so happens that I was doing my taxes Sunday night, so the taxes didn't take a lot, but I was like all keyed up, like I'd been staring at a monitor for so long, and I was trying to like get my sleep patterns in line, so I quite literally did not sleep the entire night. I just like looked over at the clock and it was like, okay, it's time for me to like get up. There's no point in even trying to sleep now because I'm gonna miss the class. So I even actually like I sat down in the chair I'm in right now and opened up OBS and I just like took a minute, like I just kind of did a small check. And what I wound up doing was I stared at the monitor for 10 minutes and I did not realize that 10 minutes had passed by. And like that was my moment where I was like, I can't stream like this. I've actually had a stream where I was like that before, where I was just staring at the monitor and I don't know how many minutes went by and nobody in chat really told me whether or not it was a couple seconds of silence or a few minutes of silence. So in that sense, I decided to skip over. But Imperator will be Mondays for sure for the foreseeable future. Your doggo's trying to convince you it's time for bed. You're starting to believe him. All right, Pax, thank you very much for stopping by. We're starting episode 3 for those of you who want to hang out for a little bit longer. And The Eyes of Sin, I'm very happy to see you.
The Walking Dead.
Who do you think did this?
Think about it. You're Carver, what do you do? What's the most important thing in this world? Clem, it's family.
People like Matthew aren't coming back.
Rebecca!
7 p.m. Eastern, usually to about 10.
Go to hell, you
We're going home. As a family.
I'm assuming it's possible to save those 2 people who got shot, but I failed to do so. But yeah, 7 to 10 Eastern time. So about 4.5 hours in the past, and then fast forward a couple of days.
You about done over there?
Yeah, 1 second. Thanks for coming with me. It's scary out here. I know they made you. It's still nice that you came.
We're friends. Friends look out for one another.
We are, aren't we? Well, if you need to pee, let me know. I'll keep lookout for you, too.
Okay.
Sin, have you ever seen or played this game?
Everything come out all right, girls?
Troy, get them tied up.
Will do.
Well, we're on our way. Probably 30 minutes out. Make sure everyone's prepped. Emotions might be running high. Carver out. If I find out you've been wasting fuel to keep that fucking heater going, I'll make you walk back.
Nope. Froze my ass off. Just like you told me to.
It ain't polite to listen to other folks' conversations. Has anyone ever taught you that?
I used to have a walkie-talkie like that.
Oh, really? And what happened to it? 'Cause you can't have this one.
I used it to talk to my parents.
Is that why you're looking at this one? Do you want to call Mommy and Daddy?
I don't need it anymore. My parents are dead.
Everybody's parents are dead. And that don't make you special.
My dad's alive.
And we're all grateful for that. Get the girls in back with the rest of them. We got a bit of a drive ahead of us.
Ian.
Are you guys okay?
The hell did he do to you? Hey, did he hurt you?
Hey! Hey! All right, we gotta do something. Come on. Anyone got anything sharp? Anything? We need to get these bindings off. Hey, Clem, help me find something to get these off. Anything sharp that could cut these.
And what good is that gonna do?
The hell is wrong with you people? We gotta get out of here.
The truck's empty.
First off, we're in it, so it ain't exactly empty. If you don't want to help, then just say so, okay? I'll do it myself. We're in a fucking precarious position here. We gotta do something about that.
Settle down, Kenny. They took everything. We have to keep a level head.
He's right. You don't know Bill like we do.
Bill? This whole time it's Carver, Carver, Carver. Now he's fucking Bill? Oh, I see what it is. Y'all are just getting a ride home, aren't you? That's what's going on here.
Say that again.
I'd stay out of this, boy.
Mister, I ain't a boy.
No, right. You're a man.
You don't understand. He's different. It's worse.
The fuck are you talking about?
He wants to punish us.
What do you mean worse?
He's a fucking psychopath now.
You have no idea what you're dealing with.
Oh, he gave me a pretty good goddamn idea back at the lodge. And I don't intend to sit around here and let that happen to the rest of us. I'm trying to help.
I'm sure Walter really appreciated your help.
Like you helped Alvin?
That's not fair. You're blaming him for the actions of a madman.
I am pointing out that regardless of intent, there are consequences to rash actions. Something that he seems to be misreading as capitulation.
I don't know what the fuck you're saying, but I know it's bullshit. We have to do something.
Kenny.
You can't reason with him.
Oh shit. Jackpot.
Sit down. You're going to get us all killed.
Y'all don't know what you're talking about. We get cooped up in some kennel like a bunch of fucking dogs, it's over.
You don't know that.
Yeah? Well, I've been in this situation before. You ever been a prisoner?
Stop fighting! Please.
All right, now we're talking.
Carver will be on the other side of that door with 10 people.
There, baby. It's okay. Everything's gonna be fine.
At this point, maybe Luke is the only hope we have.
If he was gonna do something, he'd have done it by now.
Who knows what he's dealing with? Anything can happen out there.
I'll tell you what happened. He abandoned us.
You don't know that.
I know he ain't here.
He may not be around, but he wouldn't just leave us behind.
We'll have to wait and see. It's all we can do.
She's right. There's no way to know what's happened to him.
I told you already. He's gone.
We're close.
Okay, let's do this.
They have guns. What exactly do you expect to do?
I'm gonna punch the first son of a bitch I see. Then I'm gonna take his gun and use it to shoot the next son of a bitch I see.
Just sit down.
Shut up, Doc. This ain't your call. Hey, if something happens, just help out, okay? Don't, get yourself hurt or nothing, but any help would be good. Hey, Clem, look at me. You trust me, right?
Kenny, please, just listen to them.
Maybe we should wait. Maybe come up with a different plan.
Okay, hon. That's okay. That's okay. All right. Everybody ready?
Kenny! Kenny, are you okay?
Damn it, Kenny!
I think so.
Oh, what hit me?
It's probably for the best.
Goddamn brakes ain't working for shit.
All right, up and at him.
The fuck? How'd you get your restraints off? Come here.
We've got some familiar faces back with us tonight. Now, I understand some of you are confused as to why we bring these people back when they left us as they did.
Think I've got an idea.
Now, it might not come all at once, but time will heal these wounds. So be patient with them until it does. And take solace in knowing that they're here to help us make our home a better place. All these feelings you have of anger, betrayal, hate, they're all valid. No one needs to forget what they did. But we do have to find it in our hearts to forgive them.
Look how much food they have.
Oh, I hope you ain't saying what I think you're saying.
As many of you already know, a large herd of lurkers gathers just south of us.
Come on, we need you for something.
Can it wait until morning? We're all exhausted.
Just come the fuck on.
It's nothing we can't handle.
I need him. I need my dad. I can't. He looks after me.
They have been taken into consideration. However, this is not up for debate. The expansion project will move forward.
He'll be back.
When?
I don't know, but he will come back.
Thanks, Clem.
And with the added manpower joining us this evening, I have no doubt that we will continue.
Make sure y'all stay off the fence. Bill can see you if you're messing with it.
Just to survive. It's our obligation to make this community a beacon of hope.
Thanks, Barney.
Yep.
To provide a light, a bright light, bright enough to shine in all this darkness. So that is what we'll do.
Y'all best get some rest, because there ain't gonna be much for you tomorrow. You're gonna be working hard.
That's for you.
Yeah, it would be. Fucking Bill. Keeps me out in the cold, but at least I'll be comfortable.
Hey, guys.
Reggie! I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. What did they do to you?
This could have been worse, trust me. I'm lucky to be alive.
It's my fault.
No, it's really not. I would tell you if it was. This happened well after you guys left. I guess I should say
Reggie
it's nice
helped
to see
us
you, but
when we ran away.
What happened to his arm?
I don't know. We were all running out together, but then he fell, and everybody kept running. I know he had both his arms then.
They got me working outside. Lurker just snuck up on me while I was hammering something. Luckily, they took the arm off quick. Saved my life.
That's awful. I'm so sorry.
I think this guy plays
Look, it was
Dinesh
my
on
choice to help
Silicon
you
Valley.
guys.
Hey, Reggie.
Oh, hey, Troy.
Don't go fucking up now. Bill's real close to letting you out of here. You make sure things stay nice and quiet out here tonight, and I'll be sure to let Bill know just how helpful you were.
Yeah, you can count on me. Thanks, Troy.
Don't mention it.
And yes, CKY, but I'm trying to find a way to make Stellaris. Like, I still want to finish the Stellaris
Let me introduce
session,
you.
so it's
We
not
were
going
with them
away,
when we
but
got
it
caught.
isn't
Hey,
going to
I'm
be on
Reggie.
Mondays for a while.
That's Sarita.
Hello.
And that's Kenny.
Hey,
Hello, who are you? This freaks you out.
My name's Clementine.
It's very nice to meet you, Clementine. Hey, where's Carlos?
Bill's already got him looking at some folks.
Oh, okay. Good. What about Pete?
Can you guys save it for the morning? Some of us gotta be up early.
Who's that?
I don't know.
I don't recognize the voice.
No problem. Sorry about that. Okay, that's Mike. He's kind of a dick when he's tired, but like I said, he saved my life, so I put up with that shit. Bill put him to work.
No problem. Have a
outside
good one,
the wall
Kicknick.
with me.
I'm so sorry.
Stop with all the
hopefully
sorry.
see you
It was
Monday.
my choice. Besides, he said once you were all caught, he'd let me rejoin the group, so I'm glad you're here. I'm just joking.
I know.
I mean, he did say that, but I'm not happy about it.
Why is she off by herself?
Hmm? Who?
Her, over there.
Oh, yeah, right. Okay, so she's fucking weird. They found her sneaking around outside the camp covered in guts and just like the grossest shit.
It's probably best not to stare.
I know how it must look, but it's really not that bad here.
Reggie.
No, I'm serious. Where else are you going to find food like we have? We've got the canned stuff, and now with the greenhouses coming along, we've got fresh food. The building's getting more and more secure all the time, mostly through forced labor, but that's only temporary. They've even got the solar panels working. When was the last time you had electricity, huh?
Well, we just came from a lodge with a wind turbine.
It's
and-
not a competition. I'm just saying, it's not as bad as you think. We're building something great here, guys. A real community. Bill is making it happen. Look, I've made mistakes, and he's forgiven me.
That doesn't make up for what he's done, Reggie.
Carver killed my friend Walter.
Okay, I don't know what happened. But maybe he had his
He
reasons.
killed Alvin, too.
Listen, I'm really close to getting let back into the group. Once that happens, I can do a lot more to help you guys be more comfortable.
Comfortable? What do you think this is?
I just don't want you to mess things up for me. I've worked really hard to get to this point. Will you please just try not to cause any trouble? At least until they release me. Then, once I'm out, I could help you more. Maybe even help get you out. We can at least talk about it more in the morning. Just have a quiet night and chat again tomorrow.
I can't believe what I'm hearing.
Look, the fact is, Bill had every reason to kill me when I helped you guys, but he didn't. Obviously, I don't know what happened while you were all gone, but he's given me a second chance, and I know he'd do the same for you.
Reggie, I don't want a second chance. After what he did to Alvin, I want him dead. I need to sit down.
Yeah, come on. Sarah, can you go see if there's something for her to drink?
Okay.
Yeah, there's water over by the benches.
So,
that didn't go as planned. Should have actually made a plan.
Isafson, what else has he played?
Man, fuck that guy. I don't think we can trust him. I mean, clearly he's already drank too much of the Kool-Aid.
I think he's just scared.
Everybody's scared. Ain't an excuse to sound like a nutcase. You gotta take a look around. We gotta know if there's anything we can exploit to get out of here. We're in a tight spot. Gonna have to wriggle our way out.
Well, what should I be looking for?
Stuff that they don't want us to know about. That Troy asshole's gone for now. This is our chance. Don't worry about Reggie. I'll go help run interference on him.
I think you've said that you've seen
just snuck up on
Silicon
you, huh?
Valley as well. He's gonna be mad that I'm talking to him.
Hello?
Get lost.
Quick, like he'd done it before. Took 2 or 3 swings, but still alive. I still think he got higher than he needed to, but what are you gonna do?
Guess it's better than the ground.
It's not.
I saw a fella try that a few months ago. Just ended up bleeding out.
Hey, Clem.
Nick?
Just thinking about Luke. Just... There's no way he's gone. That he left. How about it? 'Cause me, I've known him for damn near 20 years now, and I can't buy it. Of course, I can't say the thought never crossed my mind. Things change. Whole damn world changed.
Why wouldn't he help us before we got here?
I don't know. I just know he's out there still. He's smart. Smarter than me, that's for sure. Guess I'll try and get some sleep. You should too. They're gonna ride our asses tomorrow for sure.
Okay.
Night.
On my first day in the U.S., I stopped and got a coffee, and the girl behind the counter asked my name, so I told
Looks
her
rickety.
Then I just stood there while a guy yelled Reggie for 5 minutes. And that's when I thought I should really get out ahead of this.
Looks kinda crappy. This place seems pretty secure.
See, I haven't seen either of those, unfortunately, but...
Hey, Clem, come on. Don't be like that.
She ain't doing nothing wrong, Reggie. Just relax.
How can I relax when she's walking around touching everything?
Ouch.
So the answer is... we're host.
I'm trying to be good.
What?
Reggie asked me to be good, so I'm being good. I don't want him to get in trouble. I'll talk to you later.
I didn't treat him very well these last few weeks. Things got so complicated so fast. It became all about getting through each day. I'm trying real hard to remember the last time I told him that I loved him. I've been racking my brain, but I just can't remember.
I'm sure he knows.
In his heart, I'm sure he knows.
I hope that's true. All right, get going. I'll be fine. I appreciate you checking up on me.
I was always really bad at these more open parts. I don't think there's anything else. Okay. Yeah.
Dad!
All right, go the fuck to sleep. I'm shooting the first one of y'all I see wandering around before sunup. Everybody get to bed.
Some of these folks ain't too keen on leaving. It's up to us to figure out a way out of here. You up for it? It's your decision.
I'm ready. Of course I am.
Good, good. Confidence is good. You gotta have the right attitude. Now get some sleep. We'll need it.
Get up. Bill's gonna have a word.
There's been increased walker activity along the fence, so be mindful when outside the walls. The herd's moved a little closer as of this morning, but that still doesn't necessarily mean we'll be hit. No, we're monitoring the situation. Now, there are some folks might be sore about what happened and how things went. Well, that's all in the past now. Some of you are new to our community. Some of you are members who went astray. But know that you can find redemption here, forgiveness, by proving your worth through what will undoubtedly be hard work. Reggie, you're nearly back in. Keep following the path and we'll welcome you back with open arms.
How'd you sleep?
I'll let Reggie be an example to you all.
So tired.
Salvation is available, but it
I didn't even
must be
realize
earned.
that.
Kenneth
Fine.
will be taking over Reggie's duties outside the walls. Michael will continue on
I just
showing
thought
his
it was
value.
nice to finally...
Carlos!
Yes?
Your child seems to be in need of correction.
I'm sorry. Sarah, apologize to Mr. Carver.
Sorry, sir.
No, that ain't gonna cut it. I can't have this kind of behavior on day one of your reform. You discipline her now, Carlos.
How do you propose that
One good smack across the mouth should do it. It'll make her think twice before opening it up again. Go on, we'll wait.
I'm not sure with my hand that I could...
Well, that's why you got two hands, Carlos. Come on. Not some namby-pamby thing, all right? A good hard smack. Otherwise, Troy here will do it for you. I don't think you want that. He can be overzealous. Is that the word?
If it means I'll slap the shit out of her, then yeah.
It's my fault.
Hey, no one's fucking talking to you.
Unless you want one of what she's about to get, I'd pipe down, Missy.
I'm sorry, Dad. I'm
Close
sorry.
your eyes, honey. It's only going to sting for a second.
Do it.
I'm sorry, Sarah.
Stop! You're not coddling that girl anymore. Let her sit there and think about what she's done. Troy, get Carlos to his post. Everyone else should have their assignments. It's time to get to work.
God damn. You really knocked the shit out of her, Doc.
Everyone get to work.
If I get to decide how this guy dies, I am picking the most horrible option for him.
Soil coming up.
God damn this thing.
Oh, shit. Clementine! Who's this?
She's one of the new people. She was with Carlos and Sarah. and...
Sarah? I wish she'd stayed gone.
She's had a hard time, Becca.
So have we. We're not sitting on the ground like babies.
Go on inside. Bonnie's waiting.
Hey, I guess you're starting your day with me. We're loading magazines. Well, that's it. You got it. I suppose I owe you an apology. I wasn't truthful when I came across y'all at the lodge, and I was shown a kindness I never would have expected from a group of strangers. But now folks are dead, and I can't help but feel I'm to blame. But the plan was for no one to get hurt. I truly believe that was the intent.
That's because it's your fault. You led them to us.
If I could change it, I would. I promise you.
And I should believe you now. All I know about you is that you're a liar.
I understand you're mad at me, and you've got every right to be. But I wanted you to know I regret my part in all of this. I apologize. Which don't account for much, but it's all I can offer right now. How was your first night in the yard? I know it ain't so comfortable.
You mean my first night in prison?
It ain't a prison. More of a work release.
Didn't they do those in prisons?
Well, probably. I don't know. I never been to prison. Don't tell no one. Trying to keep a tough reputation. I was supposed to go. When Luke and Carlos and all them left, I was planning on leaving too. When Luke approached me about it, I thought he was crazy. I mean, we're safe here. We got power, we got food.
Why didn't you? Leave, I mean.
If I'm being honest, I guess I chickened out. I justified not going by telling myself it's easier to try and change something that's broken than start all over. Take this situation with the herd. That's the type of thing that rips a community apart. He keeps things in line. He's got a lot of this stuff figured out.
What changed?
I don't know. I've been trying to figure that out myself. I mean, it ain't easy keeping a group this big fed and protected. I don't envy that position. Figured that'd make anyone a little stressed. I'm not defending what he did. That was... I'm alive because of him. That's just a fact.
He killed Walter and Alvin.
Only to protect his own people. Kenny could have killed us all.
But he didn't.
Alvin killed George when he escaped. He might not have meant to, but George died all the same. Ain't no saints in all this. Bill overreacted. He was in the heat of the moment, and he overreacted.
Good
Luke
qualities
had
to have in a
ideas
leader.
about how things should go, but they didn't line up with what Bill was thinking. They butted heads. Then Rebecca started showing, and that only made things worse. Maybe Luke was right about him. I wish he was around, but I just hope he's safe.
Hey, Bonnie, is that girl down there? I need to come get her.
Yeah, she's here.
Okay, I'll be right over.
I'm sure it's fine. Oh, almost forgot. I grabbed this for you. Huh? What do you think? I found it at the lodge y'all were at. Think it might be for skiing. Had to wait for no one to be around to get it to you.
It's cool. I like it.
Well, I'm glad. I thought it was cute, but I didn't know what you'd think. You better watch yourself. I think some folks might be jealous of that cool jacket of yours.
Oh, there you are. What's with the ugly jacket?
Tavia!
What?
Never mind. I'll see you later, Clementine.
Come on.
No, CKY, so the way the paradox...
Come on.
Let me get to a point where there's no dialogue and I'll explain how the paradox stuff works.
Stay in here for a minute. I'm gonna radio down and find out what you're doing. Don't touch anything.
Hey. You want a hug? Okay, well, I owe you one for later then. You might not know it's coming though, but I could just sneak up on you when you're not expecting it.
My dad's never hit me before. Even when I was really bad.
He didn't want to do it, Sarah. Carver made him. He's the bad guy, not your dad. So, in a weird way...
No, I'm not
Carver's the one
required,
who hit you, not your
CKY.
dad.
I'll explain when,
Carver hit me super hard, because it still hurts like crazy.
Yeah, it looked like it.
Well, thanks for trying to help. I don't know why people have to be so mean. Like, even when I'm really mad, I still don't want to hurt anyone.
Don't mess this up.
Yeah, I get it.
Reggie's in charge here, okay? Listen to him carefully.
Yep, no problem, Tavia. Okay, we gotta do a good job, guys. The camp is counting on us. Come on, I'll show you what to do. It's super easy. Pick up a pair of those shears. Okay, so we're picking these berries, right? Just pick them, put them in the basket. Simple. While you're at it, if you see any dead branches, take those shears and cut them off and stack them neatly for composting. Got it? Hey, so, is she gonna be okay? 'Cause what happened down there? That was straight fucked up. I don't want her freaking out and getting me in trouble.
I'll take care of her. You don't have to worry.
Good, good. 'Cause I'm awful at that stuff. Look, Bill's had it out for me ever since I helped those guys escape, so I gotta concentrate on my work. That was awkward. I won't do that again. I'm gonna go work now.
Hey. Here, watch me. This isn't that hard, Sarah.
I know, I'm just afraid I'll make a mistake.
It won't be the end of the world if you do. Just keep going.
Oh, shit.
Oh no.
You didn't do any of your work, Clem.
Just checking in. See how the new girls are working out. Reggie.
Yeah, Bill. Hey.
What the fuck happened in here?
Look, Bill, they're new, and me with my arm, it's just not the easy... I have one arm.
Shut up, shut up. Shut the fuck up. You better have an explanation for this. And I mean now.
Bill, please, just...
Sounds like you were about to give me an excuse when I asked for an explanation.
It was my fault. I didn't show Sarah well enough, I guess.
Nah, this ain't your fault. We talked about this, Reggie, didn't we? But you just don't get it, do you?
Get what?
Why don't you girls wait outside? Reggie and I have a few things to talk about.
Thanks for the help, girls.
What's wrong, Sarah?
If she jumps, I'm uninstalling this game.
Are you okay?
I gave you plenty of chances.
Please, Bill! No! 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 Please! Ah!
Weakness, incompetence. It puts us all at risk, and it won't be tolerated. You think about that the next time you're asked to do something. Get downstairs. Bonnie's got some stuff for you to do. Go!
Hey, B-Man. And CKY, I am going to answer your question. I don't like talking over the dialogue if I can, so I will. I've not forgotten you.
Hey, so they want you to run some supplies out to the guys working at the expansion? Real simple, just take this over to them. That jacket looks real nice. I don't know what Tavia's talking about. What's wrong? Clem? You alright?
Reggie's dead.
What? What are you talking about?
Carver killed him. He pushed him off the roof.
Maybe it was just an accident. Listen to me. Take this stuff out to those guys and come straight back. Just be safe, okay? Now ain't the time to be calling attention to yourself. I need to go find out what happened. Hey, Troy! Clem's just gonna take them boys some nails.
All right.
Go on.
Hey! That ain't your concern. Get that stuff over to them boys. Just follow them cables.
It's funny that they really haven't given me an option to perform an action for a while in the game. They normally have interactive moments. A few more interactive moments in between this.
I ain't nobody's laborer. Fuck that. Let them do this shit themselves if it's so goddamn important.
Get your fucking hands off me,
You ain't
man.
gonna force me to do this bullshit.
I said get your hands off me.
Or what? You gonna go tell on me?
I'm trying to help you, asshole.
Reggie's dead. Carver killed him.
What? You sure? Who did you...
Shit! Fuck! Grab something!
Hammer time! Hammer time! It says, yeah, this is definitely not hold A. Oh, there we go.
Get up. Get out of there, come on. Make me save your ass. Jesus.
Oh, thank God you're okay.
All right, enough mushy shit. You get back inside right fucking now. I'm sure they got shit for you to do in there. Now! Think I'm fucking around? Now I gotta sit down here and babysit you assholes. Can't do a simple fucking patch job without me here cracking the whip?
Okay, here we go. I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but CK, the way that I've always done Paradox games has been it's always I play what I want. But for the past couple of years, they have been very good at getting me a press key for a game, and usually before release. So obviously, if I'm going to ask for or be given these keys, or more importantly, accept these keys, I want to make sure that I'm at least covering them in a timely fashion. But there is a problem now, which is that because the number of keys that I'm getting, especially because I have like a one dedicated Paradox day, there is a little bit of a question. It's like, well, how do I distribute it? So the rotation that I've sort of done has been, normally I will play a Paradox game to an ending, whether I lose or whether I win. Obviously, if it's like a 2-session game, I'm going to restart and move on. But basically, I've played a game to the end or to the next patch. And then if it's the next patch, then I just reset. Now, what happened most recently was that there was Stellaris. They had the Distant Stars patch. Holy Fury came out. But Holy Fury, I actually wound up getting that key a little bit later due to a communications issue. And then a couple of weeks after that, Megacorps came out. So what happened there was it sort of was a Stellaris playthrough that wound up being unusually long, then a couple of rounds of CK2, and then we went straight back to Stellaris, which kind of gave the impression of like Stellaris Mondays. But the games I've done on those Mondays have actually been Crusader Kings 2, Stellaris, and Hearts of Iron 4. I don't really do Hearts of Iron 4 that much. I more play that on my personal time now, which is why I buy those games. But it's a personal choice of mine. I've never actually been instructed beyond limits on when I can stream it, i.e. I can't stream it before a certain day. And then there's sometimes other restrictions in terms of other types of content. But essentially, they want to make sure that they've got a communication strategy in place, which is you cannot stream it before this day, and sometimes this is a certain type of content you can't stream before this day. That's the only real guideline they've given me. I've actually sent an email to them saying, it's like, hey, I got a couple of keys here. This is what I'm thinking of distributing. They've said, it's your stream, do what you want with it. But with that in mind, there's essentially 3 games in the rotation now. There's Stellaris, there's Imperator Rome, and there's CK2. And so because I was obviously going to do Imperator during the time with the press key. There's no point in saying yes to that press key if I'm not going to do it during that time. Because I was doing that, in the natural scheme of things, that would mean a shift to Imperator. But I also really like Stellaris, and so I might do them as vodcasts. I might try and do another day. I might try and maybe do that on Fridays. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to handle that. But I just wanted to be really clear on that that's a decision that I've made, and it's actually a scheme that I've always had in place on the channel, and it just so happens that the time that certain patches were released made it seem like I do a lot more Stellaris than I normally do. So it's more so my own decision, but I definitely weight the fact that people really like Stellaris into my reckonings. And one of the things I want to do with Imperator, actually, one of the reasons I really want to stream that game more often is to help people see that there are actually some things about that game that are good that aren't quite appreciated in the discourse yet. So have you considered becoming a full-time Stellaris streamer, like also quitting your job and doing full days? I would never quit my job for Stellaris. So my day job is an economist, and it's very hard to make the kind of money like make me whole as an economist. I also have some debts from school that I still need to pay off. If I wanted the channel to have grown very large, and again, I apologize to those of you who are here for Walking Dead. We will get back to it in a second. If I actually wanted the channel to grow large, it wouldn't have been Stellaris that I did. It would have been Cultist Simulator, because that's the one that has the largest YouTube following, as well as a fairly large streaming group. And definitely, like, I was in fairly early in that game, and so it's reasonable to think that if I'd gone down that direction, if I'd made that a full-time stream, I would have I probably would have been able to grow the channel to a point where it would have been like, look, I'm not going to be like Ninja 2.0, but I do think that I would have been able to put myself up onto a new steady state that is higher than what I'm accustomed to. The thing is that it's like any job that you do. You need to ask yourself why you're doing something. And the biggest thing for me for streaming is that it's always been an opportunity for me to share new and interesting games with people, games that I like, and to be able to have that experience of sharing things with people. And so I love I love Cultist Simulator as much as I love Stellaris. And of course, before there was Stellaris, there was Crusader Kings, and there's a lot of other things in that as well. And so my feeling on this has always been that I want to try and make sure that I'm open to new things. I don't want to ignore what people like. The fact that people say that they like Stellaris, the fact that people say that they like Darkest Dungeon have been big indicators for me that I should do more of it. And so that's why I do wait based on that feedback. But my goal, as funny as it seems, I like having the channel grow. I'm very happy that the channel has grown, over the year. I had to do all my taxes, so I was looking at those numbers. Twitch going to its affiliate program devastated the earnings for the channel. But as far as growth in terms of number of people watching and things like that, it's been very good. Arguably, it's never been better, really, with the exception of times when, like, there was a time when I had a little bit more, like, where it seems like Paradox is a little more tight-fisted with the keys, and so I had a little bit more of a captive audience on Stellaris stuff and that. But the biggest thing is that I don't want to take an audience for granted, but I also don't maximize for audience. One, there has to be something in it for me. I have to enjoy it. It's actually one of the reasons why I stopped playing Catherine on stream, because as much as I like that game, the dynamic of chat was something that was making me very frustrated. And then on top of that, I think it would be unfair for me to present myself as sort of an exclusive streamer on a particular topic unless I was fully committed to making that my only thing, and I'm not entirely sure I'd be able to sustain a streaming schedule of just doing that function on its own. But yeah, that's really cool to hear, though, that you like hearing me talk and explain stuff. It's actually the reason why I like doing strategy style games. And it's actually one of the reasons I struggle to play games like this, because this game has a lot of dialogue that's being given by other characters, and I need to be quiet and I need to talk during the parts where there's interactivity or where there isn't dialogue going on. I always like doing sort of a recap of the episode at the end. That's really my chance to talk. But strategy games work very well for my explanations, and that's one of the reasons why I focus on those types of games. But I also try to keep. I mean, the funny thing about streaming is it's actually the only gaming that I do. I do sometimes play stuff privately, but the majority of my gaming really is done on stream now. And so I try to keep on top of things that I think might be interesting, especially things that people may not have heard of. And one of the things that I'm trying to do is for the more, like, I want to do, like, for Stellaris stuff where it's clear that I don't stream it as much as people want me to, and I think you can say the same thing about Imperator as well. It's definitely true for Surviving Mars. What I'm trying to do is trying to find other ways of covering those kinds of games in another way, so that my live cast can still be about doing new things like, The Walking Dead, which I've wanted to be playing. I've wanted to play for a while or finish for a while, but still make sure that people who want to really focus on the more strategy stuff, make sure that I'm giving them enough to keep them coming back. So, yeah, I'm working on it. There's always going to be room for improvement, but I think you will like a few of the things that are coming up in the semi-near future. We're talking like a timeline of a few months, but there's going to be some unexpected directions that I go, which I think you will. As long as you're open to stuff that isn't just one game, I think you might like a few of the other special things, especially the YouTube stuff that will be coming over the next few, well, maybe not the next few months, but a few months from now. I'm going to try and finally let those seeds sprout. Anyways, back to The Walking Dead. Sorry if that was not edifying for Telltale fans. Actually, here's a question. Would anybody want to see me play Tales from the Borderlands?
Stop! Hey, it's me.
Luke!
Yes. Man, bit the hell out of me. Think you drew blood. Come all this way. This is the welcome I get.
I'm glad to see you. I was worried. We all were.
No, it's good to see you too, kid. All right, listen, we ain't got much time. Okay, I followed y'all here best I could. Haven't had a night's rest since y'all got nabbed, and well, it's the first chance I got to talk to somebody. They're everywhere. Okay, they got guards watching everything. Shh, shh. There's a herd of lurkers just south of us. It's bigger than I ever seen around these parts.
Carver mentioned that. Said he hopes it passes us.
Yeah, I heard folks talking about that, but that ain't so. Okay, it's gonna hit this place. I know it is. Now, I don't know when, but it's coming and it's gonna be soon. See, I've been looking for places to get you all free, but I haven't been able to find anything yet.
Are you feeling okay?
No, I mean, yes. Sorry. I just could use some sleep, hard to rest when you think a lurker's about to get the jump on you at any moment. But yeah, yeah, I'm fine, okay? Don't worry about me.
It seems dangerous.
Well, the whole situation's dangerous, but, well, we're in it now. It's what we got. We just need a plan. A way to get you and everyone.
Luke!
Oh, sorry, shit. Okay, Troy ain't gonna like you being late. Listen, Clem, I need you to meet me here tomorrow about this time, because I need you to get me one of those radios, okay? Do you think you can do that? Just one of those walkie-talkies. I just need to be able to tell y'all what's going on with them guards. I'll figure out the schedule the patrols are on. I mean, they're all over the place, but I can keep an eye on them for y'all from out here. Look, we ain't gonna be able to shoot our way out of here, so we gotta be careful. We just gotta be smart, okay? We got a plan.
Where do I get one?
I think they keep them in the stockroom. I ain't completely sure, though. Just keep your eyes out for the charging station. Now, they put most of them back on there at night. Remember, you meet me here tomorrow. I'll try and be here around this time, but if I ain't, just wait as long as you can, because I really need one of those radios. And just let everybody know I'm all right, okay? I'm worried they,
Clementine, get out where I can see you.
Go on, get out of here.
The hell were you doing? Huh?
I was looking at comics. There's a whole store full of them.
Yeah? No shit. You best not dawdle, girlie. Pull something like that again and you'll be meeting the back of my hand. Bill Radio wants a word with you up in his office. So get on up there, now!
Dude, you better go up and see Bill. He doesn't like to wait. So, you should probably go.
The dude abides.
Rebecca!
She's a strong woman, surrounded by weak men. I ain't letting my kid get raised around that. Get in here. You make sure you tell me the truth when you're sitting where you are, and you won't end up over in that chair. Now, you might not believe this after what happened earlier, but I liked Reggie. He was a funny guy. He kept things light. You need folks like that. It's easy to let depression sink in during times like this. But he was weak. And I don't mean just because he was maimed. That wasn't his problem. He was weak of will, and weak of character. And we can't have that around here. Not anymore. Not with what we got at stake.
You're a murderer. You can try and call it something else. But I know what it is. What it really is.
Listen, Clementine. It ain't murder. You see, Reggie put us at risk with his incompetence. He's had a string of screw-ups lately. Killing one in order to save many is part of survival. It's one of the tough decisions that a weaker person couldn't make. It's why it falls to people like us to lead them to safety.
I'll try and answer as soon as I can, B-Man.
Well, I wish it was different, I do. But they are weak, and we are strong. That's why it's our responsibility to shepherd the flock, to keep them safe. It's their nature to follow, not to lead.
You know what I wish?
What's that, honey?
I wish Kenny had killed you.
And there's all the proof I need right there. You think anyone out there'd have the balls to say something like that? There's no way you could have lasted this long otherwise. I realized it back in that cabin. You were scared, but you looked me straight in the eye, kept your nerve. That's what we need if we're gonna get through this. The next generation has to be stronger than the last to lead us out of this. Kids like you, raised the right way, the way my child will be raised. It ain't this herd that keeps me up at night. We can handle that. It's not knowing if I got anyone to hand all this off to. But I ain't worried about that anymore.
What if it's not yours?
Well, even if that was true, it's mine now. All right, now...
Bill? You there?
Yeah? I'm here.
The loading bay door is jacked. Troy really knocked the shit out of it.
How bad is it?
Rails are tweaked so it won't shut all the way. I don't think it's an emergency or anything, but it's something Stan should take a look at when he can.
I'll get him on it. Out. That fucking idiot. Herd on its way, and he puts a goddamn ding in my door. Go on back out to the yard. It's almost supper time.
So B-Man is pretty neat. It's been a while since... So I did episode 1 a while ago, and now I did 2, and currently on number 3 right now. I usually do a post-mortem of the episode, so there's a couple of things about families that's kind of interesting me in terms of where this is going.
This morning. I don't know what that son of a bitch is gonna do next.
So you want to ring the dinner bell for a herd of walkers to show up? How is that better?
'Cause this place will be fucking chaos when that thing hits. No one will be paying any attention to us. And that's when we go. It's our opening. We just gotta figure out a way to draw them to us.
Your friend here wants to get us killed by lurkers before Bill can do it.
What is it with you?
That's what it sounds like to me.
You know that's not what he's saying, but it does sound dangerous.
This shit is all dangerous.
Maybe Luke could help us. He's outside. He wants a radio to help keep an eye on the guards.
Thank you. That's the plan I vote for.
You know about Luke?
He flagged us down when Troy wasn't looking. Told us his plan. Mentioned he talked to you.
If Luke can tell us what's going on with the guards, we can use that to pick a good time to escape.
That seems reasonable.
Who knows when that'll be? There was a girl back at Crawford that used church bells to send walkers all over the city. We just need something really loud.
The PA system Carver is always using is quite loud.
There's some speakers outside the building, pointed toward the parking lot. I saw them when we were walking out to the work. Troy's always standing next to one of them.
I saw the controls. They're in Carver's office.
She's right. It's all controlled in Bill's office. There's a switch in there that'll turn them on.
How do you know that?
I used to make a lot of the announcements back in the day. I had it flipped on once. Luckily, there wasn't much around at the time to hear it. It was plenty loud, though.
That's perfect. We just gotta get into his office. Why didn't you say something sooner?
Because it doesn't change anything. This isn't a discussion about how to do it. It's a discussion about whether it's stupid. And it's still stupid. The sensible thing is to get Luke the radio and wait for an opening.
You're real difficult to deal with sometimes.
Kenny. No, that's all right. You ain't exactly a peach either.
Luke's in no shape to help us. You want to put our fate in that guy's hands? It's not happening.
He did look pretty rough.
You guys should take a look in the mirror sometime.
Look, it doesn't have to be mutually exclusive. Getting Luke the radio is helpful whatever we end up doing. It doesn't hurt to have more information.
You know what? Fine. I can get behind that. Okay, so we get that turd radio. He keeps us posted on the herd's movement. We fire up the PA thing and bring the walkers to roll over this place.
And then what?
Get some guns and shoot our way out. I don't know. Whatever we can. We improvise.
Then that's not a plan. You don't plan to improvise.
I figured out what your problem is. You don't think this stuff through. If the end of the plan is just to stroll through a herd of walkers, then you should know from the jump there's no way it's ever going to work.
Actually, I do it all the time.
First words I ever hear you say, and it's just some crazy, stupid shit.
Hush. What do you mean exactly? When you cover yourself in their smell, rub the walker guts all over you. They can't tell you from one of them.
Now I don't know who's crazier.
Trust me, I've walked through herds before. It works. You just have to keep calm and make sure you're good and covered.
You seem to know what you're talking about.
Lee figured that out.
What?
It's how we got out of the marsh house. Lee covered me and we walked right through.
Really? Holy shit. Oh, good one, Lee. All right, what are we waiting for? Let's get that stupid radio.
We still have to find a way to get in the stockroom.
I got a plan for that, too. Come on, kid. Gonna need your help.
Where the hell did she come from?
We just need to use the winch. She can just climb up from there. Then, just drop into one of the skylights over the stockroom. There are shelves and stuff for you to land on, so...
Hello,
probably
Ruthless
won't fall to
Pigeons.
your death.
Great. That thing breaks all the time. Unless something's changed, it won't support much weight.
Come on, up and at him.
Don't push her, Kenny.
She's our best bet. I mean that, Clem.
Now or never, I guess.
That's my girl. We gotta get that rope down. Mike, you wanna boost her up?
Come on, kid.
Don't let go.
I got you.
Okay, interactivity. So B-Man, hello, Ruthless Pigeons. B-Man, I'll do the full debrief at the end, but there's a couple things that I really like in this one. So it might just be that I'm appreciating the game's sort of as storytelling objects more rather than contrasting it with the first season. Some of the things that I like is that I despise the character of Carver, but I'm really interested in how well they communicate the organization of this compound. Like, every character essentially is faced with this choice of either kind of propagating the disease of Carver's style, his management, his beliefs. And you have a character like Reggie, or Bonnie for that matter. You have a lot of people who are trying to rationalize what he's doing. And you have... Carver is very conscious of what he is doing. He's destroying the relationship between Carlos and his daughter by making him assault her. And he's, whether or not the character, is very consciously calculating it, or if it's just simply the way that he's been able to operate in the past and it's got him what he wants. You see that sort of reflected in every character inside there, and you see who's touched by that, and you can already sort of see who he ranks as weak or not. But of course, if you're compliant, you're still useful, until of course you're not, which is why Reggie winds up off the edge and Bonnie is still in their good graces. little character details like that, you know, you don't need a big scene of exposition to explain that, and yet there's no doubt in my mind as to how that place operates. And details like that, I think, are really great in a game like this. And again, it's in many ways it's fun to hate the guy. And I'd argue too, like, as interesting as so there's that scene with the cannibals in the first season, and like it is a shot, like seeing the legless character is definitely a very shocking reveal, but it's almost like Titus Andronicus, the Shakespeare play, because I've never been able to read Titus Andronicus without finding it like so over the top that it's almost comedic. Like I swear there's never been a film version that's been anything other than played straight, but I actually think it's possible you could make it a comedy. But that moment when, like, even just as soon as Carver says to Carlos, you know, to strike his daughter, there's only one way that scene can end. I mean, there's two ways that scene can end. Either Carlos defies and he's, you know, killed, or, I mean, as it turns out, the threat is that one of the henchmen's gonna beat the girl. But it's pretty clear that that's gonna happen, and I was far more uncomfortable seeing that than any of the, you know, sort of the gross out scenes. And so I tend to like the kind of drama that really focuses on the characters, and this episode in particular is delivering that quite well.
Try to hurry, all right? I don't think they're the sharpest guards in the world, but they're no idiots either. They see you not in your bunk, we're all done. Shit, he's coming back. I gotta let you go. I can't stand here. Grab something.
Yeah, I've this is the first time I'm ever playing season 2, so I don't even own the other ones.
We're in trouble.
I would be remiss not to do the advertisement. I do have an Epic Store affiliate link, so if you are thinking of buying it and you go and you do wind up buying, like, you're okay buying it through the Epic Store, there is a way you can toss a bit to the stream doing so. That applies to everybody. But as I always say, nobody should be buying something off of a storefront that they're not comfortable with. So, but this is my way to work in my little sales. The tag is always System Chalk if you don't have a direct link. But please don't anybody consider that to be, please go buy The Walking Dead right now and get it through the Epic Store. If you would have bought it through the Epic Store or didn't know it was available and want to get it through the Epic Store, you can use that link if you prefer having it all in one place. I'm actually playing a GOG copy right now, but if you prefer buying it through other things, that's fine. I'm just trying to get a little bit better at raising awareness on it, because I noticed that I do tend to do a little bit better through the affiliate links when I mention them. So yeah, I know a lot of people are mad about it.
In the parking lot?
No, not in the parking lot. I can't see them all, but I see the dust they're kicking up.
So if memory serves, I believe Skybound has this now.
What, about how many there are?
Yeah.
How can I be?
Fuck. I hope they pass by us.
God, yeah. You think we're ready this time?
I don't know. Bill thinks we are.
Of course he does, but he thought the same thing last time.
We learned a lot since last time.
Is it enough, though?
We'll find out if they turn this way.
The other thing is, I actually think Telltale still, like, I believe the entity of Telltale still collects the revenues for the games that it held. I just think that the final season was transferred to Skybound for their creation, so. Yeah, that's not, I think Telltale completed like one episode, didn't they? So, But I think like it's a little bit like, remember, some of you who play BattleTech might remember that BattleTech was generated and owned by a company called FASA. And there's a rumor for a very long time that, see, I like these moments because they let me have a chat with you folks. I'm really enjoying this episode, by the way, if that wasn't apparent. So there was a rumor for a very long time that FASA was bankrupt, or like FASA didn't exist anymore, and that was not true. For the things that FASA still held the rights for, it was essentially a company that collected the royalties and really didn't do much else. But of course, they also sold the licenses. So like they sold Shadowrun and BattleTech to Microsoft, I believe. And that's generally what winds up happening with these things. Sometimes if you're in a situation where like you can't cover your debts, those rights get transferred to another group. But it's very, like, I wouldn't be surprised if Telltale was still a going concern insofar as there is an entity called Telltale that is getting like 70% of what you buy, or I guess it's like what, 84, 88 no, it's 88% on the Epic Store. Anyways, like 70 to 88% of the revenues. But I mean, whose pockets it goes into is another question. But yeah, I believe in the case of the final season, the rights were transferred to Skybound, and they hired a few ex Telltale people to try and close it off with as close as what the original vision would have been. Yeah, it's so hard because, like, you know, Harebrained Schemes, right? Like, Harebrained Schemes is Jordan Weisman's company. Jordan Weisman made Shadowrun and BattleTech, so you'd think that, and he made FASA, so you'd think that automatically that would be the sort of thing. You'd think that would.
Yeah.
You think Bill?
Go on.
Nah, it's just, I was wondering if you thought Bill maybe.
Spit it out, Hank.
I don't think Bill was gonna let him back in.
Huh. You don't?
No. Do you?
I don't know. So really, no bullshit. You think we're ready?
I think so. The homestead, at least. I'm not sure about the expansion. They're out there just moaning.
That's what they do.
It's driving me crazy. It's really unnerving.
I know what you mean. You figure we'd be used to it by now.
I wouldn't figure that.
You never got used to a light buzzing or anything?
A little different when it's dead human beings walking around.
I'll give you that one.
So what are you doing tomorrow?
Bill wants me to start getting this bay door fixed.
Is that why you're down there?
Yep.
What happened to it again?
Troy backed into it when we brought the prisoners, the new people in.
See, it's hard not to call them prisoners.
Anyway, I'm looking at it now. I don't think we have what we need.
Jesus, really?
We repurposed a lot of shit to get this place built. I can't say for sure if we even had the materials before we started expanding.
You get him? Okay, jump down. I got you.
All right, I'll just take a minute to close off. So you'd think, like, the most obvious thing in the world, right? The person who creates Shadowrun and BattleTech is the person who gets the royalties for that. In reality, you create the IP gets sold to Microsoft. Guy decides that he wants to bring this series back, licenses Shadowrun, and then eventually BattleTech back from Microsoft. And I'm assuming that they probably get a little bit of a cut of the revenues as part of that agreement, or maybe there was some licensing agreement outright. And then, of course, now Harebrained Schemes, a separate entity from FASA, is now owned by Paradox. So you have your money goes to Paradox. through harebrained schemes, which is licensed from Microsoft, which originally bought the rights from FASA, despite the fact that it is the person who originally generated the idea. And it's just, that is, in one sense, like, I love that stuff like that happens, because it means that creative people get to focus on creative stuff, and they still have a mechanism to make sure that they get paid. But there's also huge costs that come in the form of intellectual property. And part of that is the fact that when Telltale went under, there was a while where we thought there wouldn't be a final season to this. And it does actually require some specific... and then there's the other thing too, right? There's the Starbreeze Left 4 Dead game. Now, in that case, most people didn't like it, and so they'll say that it's a good thing that the license was revoked. But how do you wind up making games if you're in a situation where all your hard work can be pulled away from the rights holder on a moment's notice? Not everything is going to be as successful as The Walking Dead season 1 or 2, and so that creates its own challenges on its own. So it's something that I studied, and I did a little bit of research on when I was an RA. In terms of more so for patents and things like that, but it's a really interesting element, and it's the reason I find it so interesting is that it's hard to avoid. As gamers, we like the product, but because I do write articles and things like that, and because I'm very interested in the way that these things get created. To me, I find it a really interesting subject, because then you start thinking about the trade-offs and specializations of people who are good at coming up with ideas and people who are good at getting money and so on and so forth. Anyways, sorry, I don't want to interrupt the game too much on side notes.
We best get in bed. Troy will be back any minute.
Well?
Got him.
Everybody stay where you are. No need drawing suspicion.
That was so cool.
Thank you, Clem.
I told you probably wouldn't die. Nice job.
Thanks.
Yep. Anyway, get some rest.
I feel like the model of Jane has been, I think she's in another Telltale game.
I thought about Duck today, about his dumb little face. First things that come to mind are always the dumb things he was doing. Kid was always running in circles. Every damn place he went, he'd just run. He couldn't stop him. Makes it harder to remember he was a good boy. Well, long day tomorrow. One long day.
All right, we're all here.
Someone's got to get the radio out to Luke. What's the problem?
We should probably figure out who's doing what before we...
Time to get up. Daylight's burning. They let you sleep in, all things considered.
Where's my dad?
He's where the rest of you are going. To work. Rebecca, Nick, Sarah, Jane. If you gotta take a piss, do it now. The next break won't be for a while. Troy will be coming up for the rest of you.
Why just them?
Like I said, Troy's coming for the rest of you.
All right, look, if we're gonna do something, we have to do it now. And if Luke's all we got, then we pair up with him.
I can do it. Where's the meeting?
Mike.
Yeah?
Clementine should do it.
Are you fucking kidding? No offense, but come on, that's crazy. She's a kid. Why would...
There's a million reasons. She knows Luke. She can hide. She got the damn radio for us in the first place.
Who cares?
And I'm sorry, Mike, but I don't know you from fucking Adam, all right? And if I'm trusting someone to do something this important, I'm trusting her.
Kenny's right. I should do it.
Don't do something stupid just to get some respect.
She doesn't need your respect.
Give me the radio.
All right, little chickens. Let's get to pecking.
All right.
And don't think today's gonna be like yesterday. No way. No shenanigans. This rooster's gonna be surveilling your ass every second of the day, you hear? Got that? I'm afraid I need an answer, girl.
We got it, all right?
Come on.
Oh, you have your pockets all out. Gonna get your tags all snagged on something.
Oh, let's go.
Hey, she's with me?
Oh, shit, I almost forgot.
Yeah.
Well, take her then. I don't care.
Wait, what's going on?
Never mind.
Just chores of a different sort. Come on, City Mouse.
Can't you cut her a break? She'd really rather keep with us, people she knows.
Won't they need my help?
Well, today I need it more. Come on. I just wanted to make sure you were all right. I didn't believe you when you told me about Reggie. I ran and found Bill once I left you. Figured even if he had done it, he'd make up some sort of excuse, but Bill was just so matter-of-fact about it. Like he'd pulled up a weed or something, like it had to be done, and that was just one of those moments when your blood runs cold. Goose pimples up and down your arm. 'Cause it turns out the person you thought you knew was never there. You look anxious, Clementine. Something the matter? You know you can talk to me, right? I was dishonest when I first met you, but I swear on everything holy that'll never happen again.
I need to talk to Kenny.
Do you now? I can understand you're uncomfortable. I won't force you to be around me if you don't want to. Go on, back out and be with Kenny.
You should get going. Bill don't like idle hands.
Y'all better hurry that shit up. I hate babysitting you assholes.
Luke? That looks really old. He's probably fine. Luke! Where is he? Luke! If you're hiding, come out! Luke!
The reason I didn't say anything...
Sleeping here?
The reason I didn't say anything to Bonnie, one, there's obviously still the...
I swear to Christ you're gonna regret this.
I was...
You ain't supposed to be out here. You people been here one fucking day and already you're fucking up. Well, you wait and see what happens. Move! Hey!
That was a nice twist.
Get over there.
And how is it that we're repaid for our trust? With treachery? With deceit? With theft? Whatever you were planning is over. It's done. You can't just run from your problems. You can't just up and leave when it gets tough. Because there's nowhere else you can go where it ain't. Tough is all we got now. Get that through your fucking skulls. Luke here, he can't help you now. You gotta help yourselves. You gotta help me find the strength to forgive you. Now you can start by telling me where the other one is. I'm gonna count to 3. If that radio ain't in my hand by then, we'll have to make things more difficult. 1, 2. 3.
It's right here. I got it. It's all right. Sorry about that. Not sure what I was thinking.
3.
Fucker.
No!
God! Jesus Christ! Stop!
Stop him! Somebody stop him!
Troy, do something!
Stop!
Clementine! Help me!
You don't have to do this, Bill!
No! Stop it! Kenny! Kenny!
Little shit.
Bill! That's enough, Bill! Please! Bill, there's a breach!
All right, everyone come with me. Bonnie, you stick around. Make sure these folks don't get into any more trouble.
Yeah, okay.
No supper for y'all tonight. Maybe an empty stomach will give you some perspective. And we'll try this again tomorrow.
Do your best with him, Carlos. You need to get him able to move, because we're leaving tonight. We're leaving tonight.
Ow. Dang it.
What'd she say?
She said she can get us out of the pen if we can get the PA system going. Second she hears it, she'll run over and spring us.
That's great.
It's not great.
What are you talking about?
Look, I know part of this is my fault. I know. I was hungry, I got reckless trying to steal some food, and I got caught.
Why isn't it great?
Because most of us are beat to shit or pregnant. And besides that, it's risky as hell.
It is pretty damn risky, guys. Risky? Did you see what that son of a bitch just did? Look, the plan works. Nothing needs to change. It's all set up. The hard part is done. This guy's fucking crazy. Who knows what he'll do next?
Yeah, but now we're dealing with a guy beat to shit, Sarita in no shape to do anything, and I'm a goddamn mess. Look, we should rest up, okay? We should bide our time, and we should wait for an opening.
Bonnie's agreeing to help us tonight.
And that doesn't mean she can't do it some other night.
I don't know, guys. Luke's making sense. Maybe we should wait.
We're not waiting.
Ain't nothing out there, guys. Trust me, I looked. There's no food. There's no supplies. They picked everything clean.
Where's Kenny?
Doc's over there working on it. And don't look good.
Can I see him?
I don't think that's a good idea. His orbital is crushed. I don't think there's much hope for the eye. I got him as stable as I could, cleaned it, got some of the swelling down, bandaged it as best I could. But until he wakes up, we won't know if there's any damage to the brain.
Fuck. Okay, look. Maybe I'm just playing devil's advocate here, but if... Damn it, if y'all are serious about going tonight, then we're gonna have to start talking about maybe leaving some folks behind.
No!
There is no other way.
This is bullshit.
Well, I don't like it either, but guess what? It's where we're at.
Kenny and I are only here because of you people. And now you intend to leave us behind.
So we should risk all of our lives?
No, we're not leaving Kenny. That's not fair. We stay together.
Life ain't fair, Clem. We're just trying to make the best of a bad situation here. No one wants to leave Kenny. Good. 'Cause you won't have to. I'm all right, hon. We leave tonight. Plan don't change.
Not bad, old man.
Thanks, asshole.
You are one tough bastard.
Kenny is
bastards get their
cosplaying
ass
as
kicked
Odin.
in front of everybody. You all right? That wasn't your fault, okay? It's all right. All right. Well, then what now? We get the hell out of here. Like now.
Yes.
Where are we going? In case things get squirrely and we gotta make a break for it, we need a place to meet up.
We could meet out at Parker's Run.
The hell is that?
It's a Civil War site a few miles north. Tourist trap. Got signs all over. Just follow the road.
We stopped there after we escaped the first time. Luke and Carlos know where it is. It's not that far.
Well, at least if a few folks know where it's at, it'll be easier to find if we're split up. All right, that works. Then we just need someone to go set off that PA, right? I mean, you never bothered to explain who's supposed to do that. Wait, hold on. She's the plan?
I'm gonna need a boost.
Be sure to remember to flip the switch for the outdoor speakers. Just the indoor speakers might not draw the herd. It's right on the microphone box.
Right.
By default, it's set to play music, so you should just have to turn it on, right? Then climb back up and drop into the stock room. We'll meet you there.
Down into the office. Outdoor speaker switch. Turn on PA. Up to the roof. Down into the stock room to meet you guys. That right?
Perfect. Be careful.
Bunch of backseat
Hey.
saviors. So easy, you guys should do it. Does that say world's best dad? That's fantastic.
Only one bullet.
A world's best boss.
Okay, now the mic. What? What's wrong? No. No, where are they? Come on. Please work.
This 4th of July, make sure your backyard barbecue is complete with Hal's full line of products to meet your grilling needs. You have the project, we have the know-how. House. From charcoal briquettes to propane tanks, House has all you need to make your day special. This week only, Kennedy leaf blowers are 22% off. House, that's for a deal.
want to disrespect me, fine. You want to throw away the life I'm trying to build for us all? Then fucking fine. Want to run off with this dog shit group of crippled fucks? Then fine. Be my guest. But I will put a bullet in you and that baby.
Get back!
Come on, Luke. This ain't none of your business. This is just a bit of a custody battle we got on our hands here.
Shoot him.
We should tie him up.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay, we got any rope? Go on and wait outside.
No, you gotta get the crowbar to Clementine.
We have to go.
Kenny, please.
I only need a minute. Go on. You don't need to see this.
That girl's already seen more than you can imagine.
Shut your mouth, Bill. You're all just gonna let him do this?
Yes.
I'm not going anywhere.
It's gonna get messy.
I know.
Look at you fucking ingrates. You don't even know how good you got it. That's all right. You'll learn. Lambs to the slaughter. No shepherd to guide you. Clementine knows exactly what I'm talking about.
No,
I'm not letting you see this.
it's not your decision.
Atta girl. She ain't afraid to look it in the eye. You go with that feeling you got right now, Clementine. That's what makes you stronger than the rest of them.
Let's go.
Yeah, go on. Let the sheep out of the pen. We'll see how long that lasts.
I'll be right there.
You won't see anything.
That's funny, coming from you. How's that eye? Just follow my voice. It'll get you there. You got a thick fucking skull, Kenneth. Should have put you out of your misery right then. Now look at you. You're a mess. The fuck are you looking at, bitch? Don't act like you didn't love every second.
Jesus Christ. They did not hold back on that scene.
Let's go. I'm all right. Come on. We got enough to worry about.
Man, we're never gonna make it through this.
You kidding me? If Clem can handle it, you can. Shit. I thought they were coming from the south.
They did. Looks like we're in the eye of it now.
Fuck. This is fucked. Here. You're gonna need something.
Thanks.
Hit it.
You guys better hurry up and get to smearing if you want to live. Or you can die here. Doesn't matter to me. Oh, God. Do it quick. We need to get cover before the rest of them get close or we're fucked.
This isn't gonna work.
I'll go first.
You're gonna put that on yourself? We have to, Sarah. Okay, now you. Turn around. Smells gross.
Shit.
Everybody shut the fuck up and get covered.
It'll be okay, honey. Just stay still.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. There's nothing to fear if you remain calm. I'll keep you safe.
Hurry the fuck up.
Turn around. I'll get your back.
We ain't got all day here. Everybody ready? They're almost on us.
What in the actual fuck is going on here? What is this sick shit? Someone say something before I start. Hey! Don't you even fucking think about it, motherfucker. I will end you. You hear me?
Troy, we talked about this.
What? The fuck you talking about?
I told you I wanted to get out. You said you'd help, then I'd help.
I thought you meant get out of the pen, not whatever the fuck this shit is.
I did. But now we can leave. Troy, you can come with us.
What? Well, where would we go?
Away from here. Together.
Man, you smell really bad. You gotta get a bath before we...
Nice.
Come on. Don't make any noise, got it? They might hear something they don't like. And for fuck's sake, walk. Act like you belong, and you will belong.
Get over here!
I need more ammo! We got this, y'all. Is that Tavy?
Where's Bill? We need him up here!
Stay calm.
Shh. We're gonna be okay.
Don't run.
Watch Sarah.
Quiet, honey. Clementine, come help me. Calm her down. Please, just say something. You're her friend. Clementine.
Dad! Sarah, get a hold of yourself! Sarah, did you... Sarah's glasses.
She's gonna get someone killed.
If I had said I had the radio, Carver might not have been as vicious to...
Don't ever think that, darling. No telling what that asswipe would have done to you. So how's it look? Am I still gonna be pretty when this heals?
You need to get past that walker without drawing all the others. What are you gonna do?
Not now. Not now, damn it.
Damn it, where the fuck is Luke?
They're all gonna die, Clementine. Don't let them pull you down with them.
I don't like the fact that Sarita isn't in any of those following cutscenes. That is a hell of an ending. So I'll do the recap over the credits. But so again, majority of players helped Sarah because it's the nice option. That seems about right, that a pretty significant majority would hide Luke. The thing about Bonnie is that it's only until she actually gets you out that she sort of takes an irreversible action. Like if she's been able to fall away from an escape group already, it's really hard to see how telling any plans to her is beneficial, but it's easy to see a lot of the risk. So that one makes a little more sense to me. The other thing that sort of interests me here, so again, a lot of players tried to hide the theft, and I'm wondering if the outcome to that, like there's a side of me that thinks that they designed this game sort of knowing that players are going to make a particular choice. So I'm almost wondering if the viciousness of the beating is directly the developers like, all right, fine, you want to be a nice guy, there's going to be some costs for that. So this was the first question, like I kind of questioned my decision here in terms of making Clementine watch Carver's death. Because there's a side of me that really, like, again, I really liked this idea, to give you an idea in terms of just an overall arc. So like just a second here, guys. Just a Discord message. But yeah, the main reason I went for that one, so like the first episode I wanted, so there's like the decisions in terms of like Lee, you have that big decision at the end of the first game where do you let Clementine put a bullet in Lee's head, or do you not make her do that? And I decided to not have her shoot him because there's sort of this model, this ideal model of, of a father figure preserving, innocence in the, in the period and so on and so forth. And so, I don't know, there's just something about a character progression where you kind of want to see how far you can go, at least in terms of me, like as far as an interesting story. You want to see how far you can go in terms of losing that before you kind of ride back up that hill again. And I sort of feel like the last two decisions are definitely ones where all that effort that Lee made to sort of preserve that is starting to go away due to circumstance. That Clementine stays and watches Kenny kill Carver. And the immediate decision afterwards is to chop off Sarita's arm. And it's a tough one, right? Because everybody knows what happens when somebody gets bitten. Everybody, and you can always sort of justify, kill the zombie and people will decide after the fact. And I love the fact that they make it sort of a very time-sensitive choice that you need to make, which is why I think, more players are willing to chop off the arm rather than having Kenny kill Carver. And yet it's one that, in terms of a conception of Clementine for me, I can't actually have the one without the other. I don't see Clementine opting out of seeing his death while then saying is like, okay, but survival at all costs. But that's interesting, right? Like, the thing is that my personal preferences don't get projected. I don't know, this is like super hard because, you know, as is kind of evidence from any Twitch stream, right? Like, everybody immediately assumes that their opinions are the only ones that matter. And that's clearly not the case. Like, everything that you see here, you know, every player has done every combination that's in here, and ones that I would never say, you know, ones that I would, you know, I could never imagine doing myself. But yeah, with that in mind, like, I really can't see the last two decisions as, you know, as being split in terms of my own conception. So yeah, that was a really good episode. I'm just trying to think. Like, I don't really have a lot of complaints. I did feel, especially when I was chatting with people, that there were fewer moments where I had like interactive walking bits. But I'm not entirely sure that's all that bad. Like, the only reason why I tend to want them is so that I can talk with chat. I'm definitely interested in sort of the different families that are set up. So, you know, again, you've got the ideal, or as close to the ideal as you can get in season 1. And then you find this new group of people, you know, the pregnant wife won't admit that the child isn't her husband's. Husband wants to hide food from the rest of the group. You know, doctor's trying to protect his daughter and largely failing to do so, or perhaps keeping her too sheltered. And then, I mean, they're not necessarily all that nice of people. I mean, they throw you in the shed in the first case. And they definitely, in my opinion, push Clementine far too much for who she is. But then you see what they're running from, and all of a sudden they don't seem that bad. That's actually why I find this episode so interesting, because obviously there's always chances for you to sort of do badass Clementine. But what interests me the most on this one is that you have, again, you're getting further and further from the ideal family. You're getting, you know, you all of a sudden, you know, you're moving the line a little bit each time. You've had, you know, Lee, this ideal, and then there's this next group which have some problems, but then you find the family that Carver's trying to put together, and this is clearly one where he is sort of projecting his negative features into everyone, and essentially they're either to be exploited or they are to be as sadistic as he is. And so as a result, you know, the other group of survivors, by comparison, clearly seem so much better, but they are not the people you would actually want to sign yourselves up with if you could volunteer someone. And of course now it seems to be building it up so that, you know, you've got, I think the character's name was Jane, and, you know, she's definitely in it for herself. Kenny is definitely, you know, Kenny's actually kind of interesting on this one because he does, you know, he's obviously the hothead of the previous group, but I find him preferable to the others. And he's clearly not, like, I'm really interested in what the consequence of that final decision that I made, how that goes, because he's so clearly trying to protect Sarita. But he also, I mean, there's obviously that big moment when he calls Clementine Duck. So it's really interesting to sort of see which of those two, you know, which of those two projections is stronger and ultimately drives his decisions. So yeah, this is good. I mean, it's hearing all the Telltale stuff after the studio closed and the circumstances under which a lot of this stuff got made. It's always sort of sad to sometimes put some weight to that in terms of, whether or not I'm allowed to enjoy season 2 or that. But this was a neat episode. It's kind of neat to see how these things are progressing. And again, I think part of this is just because of the decisions that I wind up making. That's sort of the take that I get out of this episode and where it seems to be pushing me. Because obviously, when I keep talking about these increasing, moving further and further from this ideal family, it is also reflecting the fact that I made particularly grim choices in this one, which I haven't done before. And that somebody who makes different choices, kind of nudges the plot in a different direction to see whether or not they would, they would have a different perspective on it. So that's why I like these games. That's why I like sharing them. I know they're not the most, they're not always the most popular ones that I do, but yeah, with this Pigeon Side, I didn't like Kenny as much. It's just because Lee is such a likable and relatable character. Kenny, actually, it's kind of neat. I almost wonder if they bring Kenny back just so that he can have his due, because obviously, in contrast to Lee, there's no way that Kenny can hold up, and yet with this group of decidedly lesser mortals, Kenny really seems like a good guy. So anyways, guys, I'm obviously overdue. I hope you enjoyed it. BMan2232. I know every time you talked, there was always something going on in the game. So I felt rather bad that I didn't get you, give you your due. But I appreciate you stopping by. I'm kind of guessing you might have come by for season 2 specifically, but I appreciate you stopping by. As indeed, I appreciate all of you coming by, because I know, like I said, this is not the sort of thing that I do for the viewer numbers. I'm trying to figure out when I'll do this next. Doing it again on Friday, if I can knock out 2 episodes, I think that would mean that basically I can in theory wrap this up on another stream. But I also think that probably a lot of people would want to... I have a feeling that quite a few people would like to see Darkest Dungeon come back. And I'm actually not opposed to that. I don't think... Let me just take a minute here and see what happens. So we've got 4, 5... Yeah, so we've only got 2 more episodes. I don't know any of the other episodes, by the way, guys. So this might be it for Walking Dead. Although there is another adventure game in this style that I want to do. So I don't know. I'll think about it. Obviously, if you have preferences, you can always mention them. Twitter, Discord, any of these things are always good. But I am done for the evening. I'm about an hour and a half past my my bedtime. And yeah, I want to do something that isn't sitting in front of a computer monitor for a little bit. Plus, I've got this new whiskey that I get to play around with. So maybe my decisions were lesser decisions because I was impaired. But as always, guys, thank you very much for hanging out. I'm going to actually give you a few recommendations at the moment here, because there's quite a bit going on. So for those of you who want a good laugh, RiffTrax looks like it's currently showing Samurai Cop, which is a spectacularly bad movie, but actually one of their better riffs. So you can go to twitch.tv/RiffTrax. I got the Johnny White Walker. For those of you who are Paradox fans, and actually I do encourage you to check this out, Paradox Interactive is currently doing a charity stream. I believe there are some games which are on discount on the Humble Store. And I believe if you do those purchases, it'll be going towards that charity. But it is worth mentioning that they are currently playing Age of Wonders Planetfall, which I know is of interest to some of you. I'm certainly rather interested in it, although I should put some quality time into Age of Wonders 3, because I bought the DLC and never played it. If you guys want, Elkanu's doing Satellite Rain. I really liked Satellite Rain. He's a French streamer. I'd like to host him, but there's another gentleman that I slightly, like, I wanted to host instead. So if you don't mind streaming in a foreign language, definitely check out Elkanu. He's a really talented streamer, and Satellite Rain's a really good game. He's co-oping with a comrade of his. If he was doing a solo cast, I would, but I suspect if he's doing co-op, there'll be fewer opportunities for interaction. But the person who I'm going to host tonight is Kilgore Trout. Kilgore Trout is a fellow Canadian. He is he does a lot of classic games. He's been going through Westwood's Lands of Lore, Guardians of Destiny. It's not a game I'm familiar with, but Kilgore always puts his heart and soul into all of his streams. And what's great is he plays stuff that he really liked when it first came out, whereas I tend to live vicariously through a lot of his through a lot of his play. So in this case here, I've actually seen, I played the original Command and Conquer. No, it wasn't okay. There's like Command and Conquer was the first game, and then there was like the Red Alert sort of like spin-off. So I played the original Command and Conquer Red Alert, and I saw a trailer for this game, and I had no idea what the hell it was. I think it also had a trailer for the Blade Runner game on it, which is one I'd actually like to play. But I've actually finally been able to see what the hell this thing is by watching his stream. And again, he's a really nice guy. I always like to say that he's one of the people who actually got partner after Twitch made it harder to get partner, and he still pulled it off, and it's easy to see why. So we will give him a host. I hope you guys come along, and we will see you next time. Monday for Imperator, Tuesday for the Elder Scrolls Daggerfall, and Wednesday for Cultist Simulator. Friday, let me know what you want to see. But as always, it's my floater day, and I've got some cool stuff coming up, which I hope you like. But on to Kilgore, and I hope you guys have a good time with it.